guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That time again, here we go. Ready or not, we're going to be closing out a Thursday. Here comes a Friday. So weekend is upon us once again. I know. You gotta get to your Thursday first, get to your Friday, and then what's on slate for the weekend? Well, let me see. Better weather, maybe? Yeah, for much of the country. We've literally the entire week we've talked about this slow-moving frontal system. Brought a lot of rain from the west coast, eventually now to the east coast. But things are gradually improving from west to east in a very slow fashion. We're still going to see a lot of rain through our Friday. Yeah, now we're talking eastern New York, the easternmost reaches of Pennsylvania. We're going to be seeing some heavy rain. Now, it looks like right now most of the rain is east of Philadelphia, but New York City, you've got the fire hose effect, as they call it, streaming from south to north, where the showers just keep rolling in from Ottawa, Ontario. East of Syracuse, but Albany, you're in the fire hose effect. New York City, on down into, looks like Baltimore, Washington, D.C., you pretty much cleared out. You may still encounter some spotty showers overnight. The low pressure system that had developed about 24 hours ago, still putting some rain into northern portions of Michigan, from, say, Saginaw on up to the lake in eastern Michigan. But that's about it. We'll finally be saying bidding adieu to this cold front sweeping off the eastern seaboard later today. But not before dropping again, potentially more flooding rains As we worked our way through the day Thursday, the torrential rains that had already soaked the Midwest and the Appalachians continued across the Northeast. More flash flooding, many areas facing flooding dangers, even into Friday and the weekend for parts of New England and on up into Maine. Rain will continue to fall quickly enough to cause travel problems and reduced visibility. We saw flash flood warnings for several counties in southeastern Pennsylvania, including parts of the Philadelphia area this past day. Heavy rain with the potential of flash flooding will now eye New England next as that shield of rain pivots eastward into the region today. This slow-moving storm and the cold front, along with all that tropical moisture, combining forces, the fire hose effect. So we're still talking 2 to 4 inches, local amounts to maybe 6 inches in the forecast into the day today, Friday. Some areas could even be looking at maybe 8-inch rainfall totals. If you want to make a comparison, remember Ida a few weeks ago? Ida unleashed up to 10 inches of rain in parts of the Northeast. With some of this fire hose effect, there were a number of swift water rescues Thursday morning in Hartford County, Maryland, according to officials there. An additional motorist in Frederick County had to be rescued from his car when it stalled in several feet of water, according to the CBS affiliate there in Baltimore. In Jersey Shore, roughly 5.31 inches of rain fell between Tuesday and Thursday. Aaronsburg in Center County, Pennsylvania, saw more than 5.5 inches of rain in that same time frame. So motorists can anticipate near zero visibility at times in some of these torrential downpours. And the leaves have already begun to change and fall in parts of New England, which it's getting to be that time of year. Roads can be especially slick with the risk of blocked storm drains and all those leaves on the roadway. So forecasters urging motorists to avoid driving on flooded roads as the water may still be rising. And it only takes a foot or two of water to raise your vehicle. Rivers from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic and New England will also be on the rise. We could be looking at minor flood stage in some cases. That would mean some unprotected areas along the streams and rivers may be taking on water. Locally, we could talk about some severe thunderstorms still erupting with some powerful wind gusts. We saw numerous incidents of strong winds resulting in downed trees, tree limbs, and power lines in Maryland, Delaware, southeastern Pennsylvania, and northern New Jersey this past day. Still cannot rule out a few of the strongest storms could spawn a brief tornado, some of which may be obscured by the low clouds and the heavy rain. So some sporadic power outages are also going to be likely. Of course, with the saturated ground, the trees may come down, obviously, much more easily. Meanwhile, 24 hours ago, we were talking about the possibility of our next tropical system of the 21 Atlantic hurricane season. We've got Tropical Storm Sam over the open waters of the eastern Atlantic, the 18th named storm of the 21 season. Forecasters expect Sam is going to strengthen further and become a major hurricane prior to approaching the islands of the northern Caribbean next week. Now, Sam is way out there still at this time, 1,600 miles to the east, southeast of the northern Leeward Islands. Winds are up to 60 miles per hour now. The system itself moving west at about 16 miles per hour. But intensification is expected over the weekend. Sam will become a hurricane probably later today or into Friday night. Tropical storm becomes a hurricane when your maximum sustained winds hit at least 74 miles per hour. as it continues to be a strengthening system, going to take a west to west-northwest path across the central Atlantic through the weekend. There's a range of possibilities right now as to where this system may track, but they're urging interests from Bermuda to the Bahamas to the East Coast to monitor this system for potential impacts. Now, Sam could approach the northern Leeward Islands probably maybe like Tuesday of next week as a major hurricane. That's Category 3. The threshold would be sustained winds of at least 111 miles per hour. Beginning this weekend, swells propagating outward from the center of the storm will begin to produce some rough surf along the eastern shores of both the Leeward and the Windward Islands. Sam's going to be stirring up some rough seas for any ships navigating the open Atlantic. Forecasters urging anyone involved with maritime operations to monitor the situation, as well as large waves could be a threat, even a great distance from the storm's center. All right, wind shear is going to be decreasing in this area of the Atlantic where Sam is tracking this weekend, so that's not going to be a deterrent for additional strengthening. Could encounter some more disruptive wind shear near the Bahamas and maybe Cuba next week if Sam manages to navigate that far to the west. What happens over the next 2 or 3 days, they tell us, will determine in part whether or not Sam becomes a threat to the Leeward Islands and Puerto Rico. The faster Sam strengthens over the next few days, the further north it would likely be to track. On the other hand, if it were to strengthen over the open ocean, if the tropical system were to, then it may be more prone to turning northward due to the physical forces exerted by the rotation of the Earth. So there's a number of different scenarios, one which could bring Sam close to the East Coast at one point in time. We had a couple of other systems we were talking about this week. Tropical Depression Peter and Rose have dissipated over the Atlantic. Peter fell apart north of Puerto Rico Wednesday night, and by Thursday morning, Tropical Depression Rose had dissipated over the central Atlantic. Now, in addition to the tropical storm Sam, there's the potential, they tell us, for, do you remember Odette? That's the storm that first formed off the East Coast. Yeah, that system could regenerate over the open waters of the North Atlantic. They tell us Odette has a better than 50-50 chance of regaining tropical storm status. Although due to dry air that's infiltrated this strengthening circulation, it would probably be a subtropical system in nature. That's a system that has some tropical and some non-tropical characteristics. Even if it does develop, it's just going to meander around the North Atlantic and could even loop around in the coming days. Now, these tropical systems do some very strange things at times. Hurricane season, of course, still far from over. More than 2 months left. AccuWeather's tropical weather team expecting up to 25 named storms this season. Technically, hurricane season officially ends on November 30th. Things do really begin to start winding down, waning in intensity once you get into the latter portions of October and into, of course, November. There's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here on it is finally Friday, right? 24th day of September. Hey, looky there. It is the final Friday in the month of September. Next Friday, we'll be welcoming in October, believe it or not, first day of October, which, of course, that would mean the boss man, Chris Gabrelchik, would be slated to be on board with this next Friday morning. So we'll be looking forward to that. Meanwhile, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Kyle, first out of the box. Let's roll. Yeah, how things go at the farm scenario there. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, London, Ohio. I think you finally did see the rains push off to the east today after some soggy weather for Wednesday and into early Thursday. Who else we got? Captain Ron checking in. One day closer to Monday. Hooray. Hello to Zorro on board TGIF. Morning, everyone from the Michigan Man. Good to have you with us. He said, I would almost bet that Schneider Trucking and Swift Trucking are down at the border at Del Rio signing up some new truck drivers. That's funny. Signing up the Haitians to get in their trucks. Good morning from Curious Kitty. Well, that's a handle. Hello to Tank checking in this morning. TGIF 72 degrees here in Oklahoma City. I had to drop a set off here and got me a set going to the home 20. Everybody truck safe and have a great weekend. Hello, Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. Got to make the donuts, right? Bama checking in from home, getting an early start on the weekend. So everybody have a splendid day. Hello to Andy from Ontario, Canada. Good morning, Canada. Good morning, America. Starting to see some cooler nights here in Ontario. I bet you are, because we've had some cooler nights. Again, we're already at 53 outside the Hotshot Secret bunker. Bama says, love that Freddy Krueger sweater. Does that look like a Freddy Krueger? I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 81 steers northbound and down. Shout out from Guthrie, Texas to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Kevin's on board. Hello, Steve. Everyone have a safe one out there. All right. Happy Friday, hump day for others. From Eskimo Mom, 51 degrees. Pretty moonlit night for trailer trucking out there. Steve, I heard your bike knows $500,000 in back taxes. Where's all the investigation? Where's the news at the major networks? Okay, speaking of driver shortage, Bama said there's a pretty bad one for entertainer tour bus drivers. I've seen some Nashville-based companies offering very attractive daily salaries for experienced drivers, but it seems like the ones working pre-COVID decided not to return. Interesting. We do have one of our industry headlines. I think an official in New York talking about how we can try to fix this so-called driver shortage. Yeah, I think long story short, he says we're going to have to change the entire perspective of the industry. Because for the most part, honestly, there's kind of a negative stereotype about being a truck driver. You ever heard that? All right, before we get our quick time out here, after which we'll, of course, get to your calls at 844-844-3388. A tractor-trailer fire has shut down the Calcasieu River Bridge on Interstate 10 in Louisiana. Now, this just 2 days after a separate truck fire closed another I-10 bridge near New Orleans. According to the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development and Law Enforcement, the I-10 Calcasieu River Bridge was shut down for inspection after a tractor-trailer caught fire. That occurred during the evening, Wednesday evening. The fire was the result of a vehicle striking the tractor-trailer on the I-10 Calcasieu River Bridge. Just some minor injuries reported there, but Louisiana DOT has temporarily opened 2 lanes to the I-10 eastbound to I-210 eastbound, the flyover ramp, and 2 lanes to the I-210 westbound to I-10 westbound flyover to help mitigate the traffic congestion following the river bridge inspection closure. Transportation officials anticipate severe congestion in the area. They were advising detouring via I-210. Now, they've got to complete a full inspection before reopening the river bridge. As of publication time this past morning, no estimate for when they would have that full inspection completed. So that's kind of a fluid scenario. I guess technically it may be completed by now, but try to get an update on that. With that, it is 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Checking out some of the industry headlines. What do we see here on a Friday morning? Since 2003, the South Dakota Special Olympics Truck Convoy has served as a celebration of the trucking industry and, of course, support of the Special Olympics with events in Sioux Falls and Rapid City. Funds raised by this event make a direct impact on nearly 3,000 South Dakota Special Olympic athletes who would likely not have the opportunity to compete without this effort. It was September the 17th and 18th. The Sioux Falls Convoy, held at the W.H. Lyon Fairgrounds, had 117 registered trucks and 91 taking part of the convoy itself. Those efforts totaled $55,000, which will all go directly to the South Dakota athletes. We try to raise as much money as possible for the Special Olympics because it stays in whatever state you collect it in, according to Marty Ellis, who was an organizer for the South Dakota Convoy, as well as, of course, the skipper of the OOIDA tour trailer. It goes directly to the athletes, and that means a lot. We want to raise awareness at the same time. Whatever these athletes do, they do it well. They come with a good attitude. They put their all into it, and it doesn't matter what it is. This year's event featured a poker tournament organized by the Free Poker Network, which also raised funds, and a light show on Friday night. Saturday had a breakfast. Scouts performed a transportation badge
And bidding for truck placement took place, which raised $11,000. And that was held prior to the convoy. And, of course, they had a live auction, raffles, and awards presentation that closed out the event. So good to hear that all went well. I think the other convoy this year in South Dakota, I think they had to postpone that. I think it was the COVID restrictions that shut so many things down last year that hit them once again this year. Looking at 23 past the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. What do you say, Horse Feathers? You had a soggy day as the rain finally moved off to the east?
Yeah, that was all done and gone by the time I woke up. Still had cloudy skies, but they were breaking up by, I don't know, dinner time, 7 o'clock there. You could darkness started setting in, and you could look up and see some stars and Jupiter through the breaking up clouds. So yeah, everything's all pretty much done and gone. Just got pretty much clear skies and sunshine, or not sunshine, but moonshine, and well, you know what kind of moonshine I mean, not that moonshine. Come on now, get your mind out. Stop thinking it's not beer 30 yet. Come on.
Right.
And Jupiter and Saturn are up there. So yeah, we're doing good there. So today's Friday though, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Yes. What's on tap for your weekend?
I got a baseball game to go to on Sunday. You remember I was telling you a while back about the baseball game I got invited to because of Make-A-Wish and because of being a top 30 fundraiser for Make-A-Wish because of Hot Shot Secret making the donation they did, and Make-A-Wish rolled it into my donation package. So I get to be a top 30 driver. So I get to go up there to the, what is it? I can't even remember the name of the name is Clipper. It's the Clipper Stadium there in Lancaster. I forget, the Barnstormers. I think it's the Barnstormers is the baseball team. I don't know. I don't pay much attention to minor league baseball.
Right.
I don't pay attention to much any sports. But anyways, it's the Barnstormers there. They have a game, and so the top 30 drivers are going to get to go out on the field and be recognized. And the number one earner there gets to throw out the first pitch. How about it? Now, don't get that confused with what Bill Clinton did there, and he accidentally threw out Hillary there because he thought they said the first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. You throw out the first pitch. So you don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know where you fall into that 30 at this point, or do you find out when you get there?
I'll find out when I get there. But the cool thing is they actually made up like ball cards for us. So the top 30 drivers, there's going to be a pack of ball cards for the whole top 30 drivers, and everybody gets a pack of all 30, and then they also give you another pack there that is just your individual cards. So I think that's kind of cool there.
That's pretty nifty.
So I guess that's kind of like your coins you have there,
Right.
So anyways, but I appreciate that. So I didn't know. I did make the offer to Chris or Kyle or Josh, if they were in the area and they wanted to go to a ball game there, I could probably pull out an extra ticket. But we're going to have to go up there and be required to wear a mask. And so I did contact Kathy there from Make-A-Wish, and she said she had some Make-A-Wish masks that we could purchase. So I figured I'd have one from them and give them another donation by purchasing one of their masks instead of just wearing. But my wife told me I couldn't wear my bandana. I had her make me a super heavy duty bandana, and it's all set up to be easily used. You don't have to tie the thing. It's all set up with Velcro. And she says you can't wear that in public. I said, well, what'd you make it for me for if I can't wear it in public? So I don't know. It is what it is. But anyways, so we're going to get to go up there and do that. And I don't know. We got to see what's on the schedule for tomorrow for work. And I guess if there's no work, I'm still got the consideration of riding out there to Gilligan Land. I don't know. Did they ever? I guess they just called it Gilligan's Island, didn't they? On the show. So I guess B. Gilligan land out there near Winchester, because the local chapter of the Historical Truck Society has their show going on. I forget whether it's a 2-day show or a 3-day show. So it's either today and tomorrow, or it was yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and something like that, or today, tomorrow, and Sunday. I don't know, something of that nature. So we'll see if I got motivation enough to try to get the old truck out, cleaned up, and drive 2.5 hours down the road to go do that if I don't have work tomorrow. Might pull it off. I don't know. See what it feels like when I get up, right?
Yes, sir.
But other than that, you're talking about driver shortage. I've heard that around the countryside, and I know here in Maryland, they're having troubles trying to find transportation drivers to all the kids back and forth. You got any problems there? Little Rowan getting picked up out there at the curb?
I haven't heard anything locally about bus driver issues. Yeah, I saw it. Where was it? Was it somewhere in New York where a bunch of bus drivers quit? Initially, they made it sound like they were quitting because of the COVID vaccine. And then news started saying, no, it has nothing to do with that. So I'm not sure what that was about.
And I know here in Maryland, all the school districts there, they're run by the county. There's no real individual townships. In New York, there it was all the schools were by the townships, when they all individually, opened, closed, did whatever the superintendent, in that school district wanted. But down here in Maryland, all the school districts are by county. So if one, it's kind of crazy because the weather's so different from the north end of our county to the south end of our county. But if it's bad up in the north, then they close the schools for the whole county, even though there might not be any bad weather in the southern part of the county. As I say, it's
sure.
Goofy. But anyways, all the buses are independent contractors. There's very few buses. I don't even know if there's any buses that are owned by a municipality that operate the school districts. So they contract all the buses. Well, a lot of these bus companies are having troubles with drivers. They were before COVID, and especially now during COVID, and they're offering the sign-on bonuses even to be a school bus driver. But I don't know. I figured it always had to take a special type of person to be a school bus driver to put up with 45, 50 of them little. Yeah, you know what I mean on that bus there.
Rugrats, come on now.
They're little terrorists is what they are, terrorizing the bus. But I remember when I used to ride on one of them, what it was like. But of course, I might have been one of them little terrorists at the time. But anyway, I just, it take a special type of person. But I don't know how it is everywhere else, but I know a lot of the Maryland buses there, they actually have attendants now. So the bus driver can keep both hands on the wheel and look straight ahead with their automatic bus because they don't have to shift gears or nothing no more. And then the attendants back there watching backwards to see what's going on. But there's a lot of crazy things that happen on school buses anymore, and like being in schools and all that, and the limitations of what the adult supervision can do in a situation is I don't know. I don't agree with it.
Very limited.
I don't agree with adult super.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with what adult supervision can do at home, let alone what it can do on a school bus.
Back when you rode the bus, do you remember? Did it have 5 rows of seats or 15 rows of seats?
I think we had the 15.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yeah, I think we had the 15 there. Didn't have to wear any special little hat to be on my bus.
Okay, all right. So you weren't licking the windows or anything?
No. But we got.
All right, I got it. Thanks, Horsefeather. He got it, right? I think I had 15 rows. So we got a Friday morning coming up. Just being funny. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee. Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, we've got lines available. Want to jump on board here a Friday morning coming on. Getting ready for the weekend. Good to have you with us. Icebreakers on board. Checking in. 51 degrees here in Northern Virginia. Good morning. Copy the mail. Chevy guys on board. Hello to Cliff checking in. Have a great weekend and enjoy the show. Thank you much, Cliff. Buckeye Boy checking in from Mojave, California. 77 degrees. Headed to Vegas with a load. I couldn't deliver in San Francisco. Then I'm headed to Georgia. Got 2 shipments going back, plus the Vegas, so life is good. Gonna take a few days off when I get back. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. So, yeah, Buckeye Boys out there trailer trucking, making some money, right? Todd checking in from Kentucky this morning. Mr. Q is on board. Hello to Jeff, the mile marker 49 from the Indiana toll road. Waving at everybody. Good to have you with us there. Good morning from Central Florida. Richard checking in, 75 degrees. Here's wishing Steve and you a great day. Bidu checking in this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Waiting on loads to head back to Youngstown. All right, John on board with us. Hello to the night shift nurse, Chris checking in. Got a shift and a half to go to the weekend. Loving the cool weather, though. I'll let the house get down to 64 degrees. Brr, that's a little chilly now. Hello to Marianne checking in, listening in from Southwest Ohio. All right, so you heard in the news break there, bottom of the hour, Collierville, Tennessee. Chaos unfolding there. Early afternoon at the Kroger store in the form of a deadly, it's being described as mass shooting. You had a dozen people shot, but 1 dead, and the shooter, self-inflicted gunshot wound. Here's what we know at this point. The one fatality we know as far as the woman in the store, her family has identified the woman as Olivia King. Multiple law enforcement sources close to the investigation confirming the shooter was a disgruntled employee. It's not clear if they actually worked for Kroger or were maybe a vendor. That's, again, not clear yet. Happened about 1:30 in the afternoon. SWAT officers entered the building, started clearing each aisle. They had to work to get people who had hid in freezers and locked offices out. Again, all said and done, 12 injured, 2, including the shooter, pronounced dead. Now, for the 12 that were injured, their conditions range from minor to extremely serious. So I guess the death toll could rise for those that are in extremely serious condition. Again, shooter dead of what police describe as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police chief called this the most horrific event to happen in Collierville's history. That Kroger location is closed until further notice. They say there were 44 employees inside the store. And again, for the individual that was shot and killed, was it a shopper or was it an employee? I don't know if the shooter was actually targeting employees or just anyone. Okay, they had a somber briefing from the parking lot of the normally quiet store where the police chief addressed the media. Again, what he called the most horrific event in the town's history. Confirming the numbers, he praised the quick response of his officers. The first officer arrived 4 minutes after the shooting started. Shortly after that, the SWAT team started clearing the area. Again, officers helped get customers and employees to safety, some of them hiding in freezers. 2 months ago, the Collierville Police Department had gone through training to prepare
for this sort of a situation, just this sort of thing. Among the victims, 9 went to Regional 1 Hospital, 2 went to Methodist Hospital, and 1 went to Collierville Baptist. And St. Francis said they're also treating a victim. Now, the victim that went to Baptist Hospital had already been released as of press time of that particular story. So, yeah, that was the developing scenario there in Collierville. All right. I guess Knucklebuster, you're one of those that forwarded that story to me. Is that kind of, is that the Memphis area? Where is that anyway?
Yeah, Collierville's out there right off of I-269 and 385 on the east side of Memphis there.
Okay.
It's about 20 miles from my house down there in Olive Branch, Mississippi. So it's just right there in the Metroplex area there. That's, you know, I don't quote me on this, but I believe you're not allowed to carry inside a Kroger store. You know, if somebody had been concealed carry in there, you might have been able to stop some of this craziness there. You know, that's just that 13 people, man. That's nuts. And they say at least half of them are in critical condition there, Steve.
Okay.
And this is a quote from one of the news articles there. The scene is flooded with multiple law enforcement agencies, witnesses, and people wanting to learn more about what happened. Well, how damn stupid are people? If you were at an active shooter scene, don't go up there wanting to see what happened. I mean, I was in Applebee's there in Olive Branch, Mississippi back in December 29, 2019 when they did have an active shooter there. A guy was driving through the parking lot of 3 different restaurants, and he come through that Applebee's there shooting at the building there, and Mama Knucklebuster and I went out the back door. When we got home, I called them and told them we had been up there, and they wanted me to go back up there, and I said, not in your damn lifetime am I going to Applebee's again. So he was a 76-year-old guy. He was driving around the parking lot of 3 different restaurants before they finally caught him shooting at the buildings there. And the reason I wouldn't go back up there is there's too many cops up there that were trigger happy, because when they caught him, buddy, they sent him straight to Jesus. No questions asked, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's my kind of law enforcement. That's my kind of law enforcement officer. You're going to cause trouble, just get them off the face of this earth there. So, anyway, it's a sad story down there with all them people hurt, you know. So, I don't know, but I got some good news today, too.
What's that?
My oldest granddaughter got engaged tonight, Steve.
Oh, yeah? Well, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Does Grandpa like
it's a
this
good
guy?
thing.
Oh, okay.
It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. He's 30, she's 26. They're both financially stable on their own. And buddy, let me tell you something. He bought that girl one hell of a rock. My daughter said you can see the shadows on it on her finger. So it's a pretty good size ring there anyway. So
nice.
But anyway, hey, and guess what, Steve? In a few more years down the road, I'll be a great grandpa, right?
How about that? Yes.
Yeah, boy, just keep on living there. And I got some other good news too. According to the Moderna CEO, the COVID pandemic will be over this time next year.
I heard that.
How does he know that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I had that story. Yeah. How does he know?
Yeah. Well, you know, we've been dealing with coronaviruses since the mid-'60s. They only last about 2 years, Steve, and that's how he knows. So we're looking at if it came around in 20, 21, 22, it'll be gone. Just like the rest of them. That SARS and that MERS, they all disappeared in 2 years there. So that'd be a good thing. But anyway, I read this today also. The Taliban opened up a military surplus store in Afghanistan, Steve.
What'd they call it?
They named it Trader Joe's. Traitor, Joe's. That's perfect there, so. And then, AOC, she appeared to be consoled by fellow members on the House floor on Thursday afternoon after the chamber overwhelmingly passed funding for the Israel Iron Dome missile defense system there.
Yeah.
Well, hang on, quote. Cover your ears up there's a tear in my beer, and we're crying for you, dear. Well, I could sing Alan Jackson's song. He's got one out there up to my ears and tears there. So, hey, AOC, we don't care. Go wear your white dress with tax the rich on the back of it there.
Yep.
And that'll be all my old baloney for right now. We'll call you a little later on. I didn't get in at the top of the show, but I got to hear the end of Horse Feathers there because they were text messaging me too much about all this engagement stuff. So, and Mama Knucklebuster just downright tickled, right?
I bet she is, yes.
She told her, my daughter told her husband, said, this is your one shot to say something good to him. Don't blow it on something stupid. And Mama Knucklebuster told me what her brother told me was downright stupid. Since her parents died when she was 15, I had to ask her brother, and he said he wanted some horses for her. See, so I bought him 2 cases of Miller ponies. I got a good trade out of it. You know what?
There you go, Miller ponies. All right, Knucklebuster, thanks for checking in. Congratulations once again on the engagement there, about 10 before the hour. And we've got wide open lines a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
From the email bag, by the way, that is Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Very simple, easy to remember. All right, they asked me not to use their name, which that's not a problem. But one of our listening friends on a regular basis. Hi, Steve. Several weeks ago, one of my adult children was injured and had to go to the hospital, to a hospital-associated pre-op office for testing for a surgery that was scheduled for a few days later. Now, she has a chronic illness that caused them to call her after she had left and tell her she needed to come back immediately due to something being wrong. They refused to give her the needed IV for over 2 hours while in the ER, which made her condition much worse. Now, she's been through this situation before and has always been treated in the emergency room and released within 4 hours. However, the hospital stated they were not allowed to do IV drips in the ER. What a farce. If an emergency room doesn't allow IV drips, then they'd be losing many of their patients. Anyway, after delaying treatment and making her severely ill, they put her in the cardiac intensive care unit to get her illness that they made life-threatening back under control. Interesting thing is, the pre-op office had used the PCR test earlier in the day, and while in the ICU, someone on the next personnel shift told her, "You have COVID." Now, an even more interesting thing is, immediately after she was placed in the ICU, she had been tested again with a test actually made to detect the virus, and that test was negative. But the next shift of personnel apparently didn't know about that test. Over a total of 6 days in the hospital, they tried to convince my daughter and my wife that our kid had the vid. They even tried to convince my wife twice over the phone. They made my wife wear biohazard gear and a mask, and the workers had to put the suit on every time they entered the room, to the extent that they wouldn't put the suit on and would peek around the door to talk to her. Sadly, they only allowed one person on the visitor list for the duration of her stay, so I was kept out. However, oddly, our daughter was not required to wear a face mask. She was in the cardiac ICU for 2 days. Then they wheeled her through the halls to a regular room and wheeled again to an entirely different wing for her operation. On her second to last day, a doctor told her, "Oh, you don't have COVID," and apologized for what the hospital did to her. She told him she already knew. And then she told him why she knew she did not have COVID. "I'm using ivermectin as a preventative due to my underlying condition." In the UK, the National Health Service released stats buried in a report a few weeks ago showing that over 40% of their COVID cases came to the hospital for something other than COVID. We absolutely believe this is happening here in the U.S., and now that we've experienced it for ourselves, it's almost as if they were trying to help her catch the virus due to her underlying condition. Which I say that's a major fail, massive fraud. Okay. Yeah, ivermectin. I espouse the use. Personal decision. All right, as we roll toward top of the hour, we'll get a news update just ahead here. Our number is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. I wished I had caught this interview. Fox's Hannity, Senator John Kennedy, was
being interviewed by Hannity and noted all the problems that are facing this country under the current leadership of Joe Biden. He also questioned those making policy judgments on behalf of the Biden administration, especially on the subject of immigration. Now, this is just a partial transcript to where Senator Kennedy of Louisiana says, Sean, I can't think of a single presidential administration that has broken more plates in its first 9 months than this administration. I mean, think about it. You were talking about it earlier. Afghanistan, inflation, crime, critical race theory, gas prices, the destruction of America's energy independence, and yet all of the president, all of these screw-ups, there's not a single one that's greater than the crisis at the border, and it is a crisis. This year, over 2 million people will come into this country illegally. We don't have the slightest idea who they are. Now, I think it's worth asking, why? And to me, there's only one or two possible explanations. The first is incompetence. It may be that the president has put in charge of his immigration policy a bunch of pink-haired workers who don't know their ass from their elbow. I use ass in the King James Bible sense. It may be the president's put in charge of his immigration policy people who shouldn't be allowed to think for themselves because it's too dangerous. It may be that the president has put in charge of his immigration policy people who are bilingual. They speak English, and stupid. Now, the second possibility is that this is all intentional, that the president believes in an open border policy, and you have to watch what people do, not what they say. And he doesn't want to say it to the American people because he knows that would be about as popular to the American people as an ass. All right, just kind of tell it like it is there, Senator Kennedy. Yeah, a bunch of pink-haired goofballs that don't know their ass from their elbow. That's pretty much who's running the show in D.C. right now. It is 844-844-3388. Closeout hour number 1. Long way to go. Rolling into a Friday. Great to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee. Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Vice President Kamala Harris met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, becoming the highest-ranking U.S. official of Indian heritage to welcome the Prime Minister. Modi hailed the election of Harris as an important and historic event, describing her as the source of inspiration for so many people across the world. He praised the United States for taking very important initiatives on COVID-19 and climate change. Harris responded by hailing India's commitment to democracy as she declared that democracies around the world are under threat, and the United States and its allies must work to defend them. Harris also noted that India was a vital source of vaccines for other countries at the start of the pandemic, while the United States in turn provided support to India as it experienced a surge in cases. Earlier, she met with Ghana's president and promised the U.S. will send an additional 1.3 doses of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine to the country. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Aggressive and abusive passengers on the airlines have made it to Capitol Hill. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
There's growing concern in Congress about increasing numbers of unruly passengers on airline flights. Washington State Congressman Rick Larson opened a Democratic-led House hearing by calling out the disruptive behavior of unruly passengers.
It is disgusting, it is unacceptable, and it is a danger to fellow passengers, to crew, and the entire U.S. aviation system.
The Democrat adding many disruptions have involved the federal mandate on masks aboard planes.
An NBA player for the Pelicans is in jail. USA Radio's Lance Pry reports.
A 911 call from a woman inside the Woodland Hills, California home of NBA player Jackson Hayes in late July was brought to light when the LAPD released body cam footage on Friday. Hayes confronted officers and severely attacked one of them before being tased and arrested. Do the police have a right to enter the home without a search warrant? When a call for help is made from the home, Detective Jamie McBride with the LAPD Protective League on Fox News says, absolutely yes, they can enter.
Absolutely, an officer can go inside, especially in a domestic violence situation. The officer is still injured. He has a torn ligament, and he is not back in the field still today, and it's been over a month.
Mr. Hayes has been charged with battery on a police officer. The NBA has been silent on the matter.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, under the traveler's weather, taking a look out west. Much of the Northwest dealing with substantial drought after a hot, dry summer. But forecasters tell us there's help on the way with the dose of rain and mountain snow once again. A moisture-laden storm managed to put a small dent in the drought last weekend. And now a new storm is going to be taking aim at the northwest later this weekend into early next week, as a ripple in the jet stream brings abundant moisture into the region. Locations in both the interior and coastal northwest have experienced below normal precip in the last several months. According to the Drought Monitor, more than 70% of Oregon is dealing with extreme drought conditions. 45% of Washington is in the midst of extreme drought. Similar conditions being reported across much of the western USA. Now, the dry pattern was briefly interrupted by a storm with some rain along much of the I-5 corridor from Washington down to Northern California last weekend between Friday and Sunday. With the storm that's coming up this Sunday night into Tuesday, they're talking a general half-inch to an inch of rain likely to fall at the lower elevations along the I-5 corridor in Washington and Oregon. But along the west-facing slopes of the Olympics and Cascades, we could be looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain with this storm. Inland areas received less precip from last weekend's storm compared to the coastal areas. Most locations from Spokane to Pendleton, Oregon, got anywhere from a quarter to a half an inch of rain. East of the Cascades in Washington, Oregon, parts of Idaho, maybe up to a quarter of an inch of rain, likely with some locally higher amounts. Some of the higher elevations in Oregon and Wyoming managed to pick up the season's first accumulation of snow last weekend, and this next system, many more locations are expected to get your first taste of winter. It's first going to impact western Washington and northwest Oregon with some light rain later on Sunday. By Monday, much heavier rain will soak western Washington and Oregon as a cold front moves ashore. Behind that front, colder air with some strong winds will be coming ashore. Snow levels are expected to fall as that cool air pushes in. And the winds, some high winds are anticipated mainly along the coast and in the mountains. But snowfall expected to be confined to elevations above 6,000 feet. So that's generally above past levels. Motorists traveling through the Cascades should not have to contend with slushy or snow-covered roads. The rain and snow showers will become lighter on Tuesday, extending further inland into Idaho and northwestern Montana before things wind down probably next Wednesday. That will not be the end of the story for that storm, though. By next Thursday, it's forecast to move into the central Rockies and should produce some valley rain and some mountain snow. Now, this would likely mean a cold rain for places like Cheyenne and Denver. Snow could fall in the higher elevations nearby, though. Then another system may move into the northwest next Thursday. Precipitation may largely affect locations further to the north in southern Canada with that particular system. But, some much-needed precipitation out west. That's a good thing, right? All right, our number, 844-844-3388. All these mandates to get vaccinated. What about the military personnel? We've shared the numbers, the various branches. At last check, the Army had the largest number who were vaccine hesitant or saying they refused to get the vaccine. The Biden administration, they tell us, thinks U.S. service members who refuse to comply with the vaccine mandate should be subjected to the potential of a dishonorable discharge. The White House forcefully rejected a provision in the National Defense Authorization Act this week prohibiting the Pentagon from dishonorably discharging any service member who declines to get the vaccine. And I quote, "The administration strongly opposes
Section 716, which would detract from readiness and limit a commander's options for enforcing good order and discipline when a service member fails to obey a lawful order and receive a vaccination, says the White House. To enable a uniformed force to fight with discipline, commanders must have the ability to give orders and take appropriate disciplinary measures. Now, that provision was introduced by Representative Mark Green of Tennessee during the bill's markup phase, ensured that service members removed over the refusal to get the vaccine would receive nothing but an honorable discharge, noting that many Americans have reservations about taking a vaccine that's only been available for less than a year. Any discharge other than honorable would denote a dereliction of duty or a failure to serve the United States and its people to the best of the ability of an individual. That's what the provision said. So one representative trying to say, hey, if they don't want the vaccine, okay, you can discharge them, but it's not going to be a dishonorable discharge and blemish their record. The Biden administration, nope. You must comply. All right, we get back to your calls here on a Friday morning. What's happening, Chevy Guy, TGIF?
Now, I'm not one to pick up a firearm. But let's say 5-6 years down the road, all these female soldiers, see, males produce sperm. You know, it changes over, it freshens, the sperm gets refreshed. So, but women have so many eggs when they're born, and that's what they got. So, let's say in 7-8 years, all of a sudden, all these female soldiers, all of a sudden they're having Down syndromes, babies born with the hearts outside their chest, deformities. I got a funny feeling, Democrats, you better get the guns out of the home really quick. And we find out that you harmed our children and forced them into this. This is irreversible actions. And any officer that's sitting up there would pass this unlawful. It's unlawful. I mean, I don't care. It's an experimental drug. There's no way anybody can answer you. Hey, just answer me this dormant cancer I got, prostate cancer. Well, I'm taking the shot. Will that activate it? I mean, nobody can tell you nothing. So I'm telling you, Democrats, you better think about what you're doing. I mean, is there anything they can't figure out how to screw up? The lynch mob. Nancy Pelosi, they're going to pull Trump administrators in the administration in and start doing this lynch mob thing. It's not like we've got a problem at the border or being invaded by people with COVID, by people with tuberculosis, probably some with leprosy, just any kind. You got rapists, child molesters, you got all this coming in across the borders. And listen, and God bless those that are really here. They're just trying to figure out a way to feed their family. They're good people, and that's the majority of them. So that's why we have immigration and have checking these people. It's not we don't want people here. It's just we don't want to hurt the people that's already here. But they're going to drag them in. Now, I'd just love for them to come on in and when they sit down and said, well, hey, tell you what, tell them the truth. Trump didn't tell them to go tear down nothing. But I'll be honest with you, Trump had one flaw. He didn't care really about, a lot of your quirks, your selfishness in the job as long as you got the job done. There's a lot of people there that would have stabbed the president in the back and did, but it all come down to the fact that for the president, all he says, seeing as these guys actually did the job. So this is going to be interesting. And so far, you've seen the military, you've seen the Secret Service, you've seen the State Department. All these people just in a drop of a hat stab the president in the back.
Yep.
But man, these people are a lynch mob. They want Trump so bad it just doesn't make any sense. Look around at what's going on. It just and the media is just going to make a party over it. But we know what you're doing. We're not stupid. We see what's going on, and I'll tell you what: if they steal this next vote coming up, I got to step back and say, well, whatever happens on you, because I did my best. And no, I'm not going to go start shooting people because they want to take my one little shotgun that I got for rodent control and snakes around the place. Because when they log or they farm around my place, that's they seem to want to move into the house. But my job is, and my granddaughters and my sons. So, no, this is just one thing after another, and they just sit back and see what comes down the pike. It's getting close. It's getting down to a year. This thing in Canada sort of upset me a little bit. I was hoping it would at least wake up the Democrats, but I think the fact that Trudeau is still holding power, I think because it seems like we're getting our marching instructions or a map from Canada right now. But other than that, we're just going to keep on riding. We're going to keep on listening, and we're going to say this: as long as we've got Hot Shot Secret, Steve Summers Overnight Drive to listen to, as long as you're on it, as long as you have the freedom to broadcast like you do, we still have hope in this country. It's when they shut us up completely and we have to sit here in silence or listen to state propaganda, then we know we got real problems. It's other than that, we're going to sit back and enjoy the show. How about it? Copy the mail.
All right. Good to have you with us, Chevy Guy. Thank you very much. You're hearing in our top of the hour news updates, the breaks there, Wendy King talking about, top story was subpoenas have been issued and all the Trump administration officials being required to present this and present that information about you. Yeah. They're more concerned. This current administration is more concerned with looking and investigating and trying to present a narrative as if Donald Trump and his administration had actually premeditated and organized this so-called insurrection on January the 6th. And they used the word insurrection just this past day. We had from the Gateway Pundit. He said, go back and listen to the statements that were made. After January the 6th, we began hearing that this was the worst attack since the Civil War. April, during his speech to the joint session of Congress, Joe Biden used those words. He described January 6th as, quote, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. As I stand here tonight, we're just one day shy of the 100th day of my administration. 100 days since I took the oath of office, lifted my hand off our family Bible, inherited a nation in crisis. The worst pandemic in a century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. That was the line that was then parroted by the left-wing media, all those hacks out there. Yes, and even Liz Cheney, and of course, all the other Democrat lawmakers. Tuesday of this week, the Biden administration released 5 Capitol surveillance videos from the U.S. Capitol from January the 6th. No, they did not release them voluntarily or out of the goodness of their heart. They released them due to a court order, a court ruling. Take a look at those 5 videos. You can tell from the videos that the so-called insurrection, or the worst attack since the Civil War, actually, it looked more like an open house in the U.S. Capitol. There was no violence. The Trump supporters were peaceful. They were orderly. And they all left the building when they were asked to. 4 more videos were released yesterday from security cameras inside the Capitol. It is now clear why the Department of Justice and the FBI wanted to keep those videos hidden from the American people. As I mentioned, it shows Americans entering the Capitol peacefully, walking in peacefully, and peacefully leaving as police officers stand around with their hands in their pockets, just watching them leave. Essentially, the narrative of a January 6th insurrection is just another of the latest media fabrications. Maybe someday the fake news will report on the 2 women who were killed by Capitol Police that day. Maybe? I'd say maybe not. All right, lines available. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
On a Friday TGIF. Good to have you with us. Hey, what's going on, Big Sexy? Hey there.
I got an early start today. I'm out here delivering already.
All right.
So I may be home by 5 a.m. Central Time today instead of 6. But I seen a story today on, I was going to try to email it to you, but I couldn't, from Tucker Carlson about where the Moderna CEO admitted that there'll be lifetime booster shots for stuff. You see that?
I didn't see where he said lifetime boosters. I mean, he made that statement yesterday that he thinks that the pandemic could be under control or done in a year's time, but that's only if everybody gets vaccinated. He said they're going to produce enough vaccines where everyone in the world will be able to get the vaccine. But he also admitted the people that didn't get it will eventually build up their own immune system to it, but it'll take a little while. But he even said something about infants getting the shot. Yes. Yep.
In that story. So, I mean, they're not going to give it up. They're going to just keep pushing it. Last couple of days, people have been talking about, well, we get rid of Biden, then we get Harris, then we get rid of Harris and Pelosi. Not necessarily, because we get rid of Biden, that means Harris will move up. Well, just like when Nixon had an open vice president, he appointed one. That's what would happen if Harris moved up, and that would take Pelosi out of the deal. It only goes down to if something happened to, say Biden and Harris got killed today somehow, in an attack or something, then Pelosi would take over. It's a chain that I get. But once it comes open, they fill that office. They don't wait for, So that wouldn't necessarily be the case that Pelosi would become president.
I mentioned a few weeks ago that the whole scenario that if Kamala were, if Biden were to resign, Kamala becomes president, yes, she would then appoint or, submit an appointment for the vice president, but it has to be confirmed, kind of like a Supreme Court justice, through the Senate. And if you've got a 50-50 split in the Senate like they do right now, and there's no... Kamala right now is that 51st vote, right? That gets a. So if there's not a vice president, I don't know what would happen there. Now, someone else brought up the fact that you'd probably have the likes of Mitt Romney or something that would go with the Democrats to approve Kamala's appointment for vice president. If all 50 Republican senators would stand against whoever the nominee is, though, I don't know that there'd be any way they could get it filled.
Well, that's true, too.
Which would be kind of like uncharted territory.
But
what do they call it? A constitutional crisis, right? What do we do?
Yeah, but if we take the Senate back in, the next election, then it wouldn't matter.
Well, absolutely. That's, I don't know, can we make it to the next election with Joe Biden still being president?
I don't know if we can make it to the next election with any of the three being president.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that, but I don't think we can make it that far. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Definitely.
I hate for it to come down to, to fighting, who we going to fight?
That's the whole question. I mean, let's just hope it doesn't come to that. Election time will eventually be here, and it can't get here soon enough. But I mean, had a representative this past day that kind of made that abundantly clear. Election time, 2022, the message it should be resoundingly clear. I think the Democrats are beginning to see that. The handwriting's on the wall, but got to get our news break here. Bottom of the hour. Back after this. Want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee. Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It seems like every program I sit in here with the industry headlines, and night after night we touch on the latest tractor trailer that is loaded with illegals in the trailer. I can't help but wonder if we're catching them all, they'd stop doing it, wouldn't they? I would think, if you know that the possibility of getting into the country in the back of that tractor trailer, you're going to get caught, they wouldn't do it. So how many are making it through? For each one that we do catch, how many, is my question, actually make it through? Because here's just the latest scenario. U.S. Border Patrol discovering 142 migrants, illegals, packed in a semi-truck that was working in tandem with an SUV. This was in New Mexico late last Friday, near Anthony, New Mexico. Agents from the Border Patrol station were notified of a potential human smuggling situation when 2 nearby agents witnessed 2 vehicles pull over with a semi-truck along a frontage road. Agents arrived at the scene, went to check on the occupants of the first car, where they discovered 11 illegals. They checked the second car, where they found only 2 U.S. citizens, before checking on the semi-truck. The truck driver granted permission to search the trailer, where they discovered 131, which that's a total of 142 migrants apprehended. Agents say this is the largest group found inside a tractor trailer in recent memory, apart from those discovered directly at a border checkpoint. Transnational criminal organizations continue to place the lives of migrants at risk, according to the sector chief of the Border Patrol there. But like I said, just night after night, we had 2 such scenarios that we highlighted just last night. In other industry headlines, agricultural detectives in California arrested and charged a man on a variety of charges following an investigation into a diesel fuel theft scheme. On Wednesday, the Ag Task Force at the Fresno County Sheriff's Office arresting 38-year-old Juan Barajas, following an investigation into reports from farmers of diesel fuel theft. He's been charged with grand theft, evading police, illegal possession of a firearm, possession of armor-piercing ammunition, driving on a suspended license for DUI, and a probation violation. He also had an active warrant for domestic battery. Just another good hombre out there in California, right? So he was stealing the diesel fuel from the farms, and that would be the off-road stuff, right? And then trying to sell it to truck drivers. I guess that's where they got the tip from someone that he's selling the red-dyed fuel for on-road purposes. Now, here's the story I was talking about, changing the perception of the industry. A New York trucking industry expert, as he calls himself, says that a change in mindset may be the only strategy for
for fixing the driver shortage exacerbated by the pandemic. President of the Trucking Association of New York, Kendra Hems, says the truck driver shortage was looming prior to the pandemic. It has been worsened by COVID, but that COVID's not the main thing keeping people from entering the industry. It is public perception. Hems says that recruiting new, younger drivers to replace those going into retirement has been a challenge because of the way truck driving is viewed. The job is hard. Drivers are underappreciated. The hours are long. The position is essential to the country, though. And that's how Hems wants younger drivers to think of it. We want new, younger drivers to think about truck driving as a critical component of the supply chain and a position with room for professional growth outside of driving alone. She believes that only a change in mindset and that whole public perception will help recruit new, younger drivers. And they've been working on initiatives to try to change that overall perception. Hems also points out that the New York State Legislature recently approved a bill that would allow 18 to 20-year-olds get a CDL permit and begin training. That bill is apparently right now waiting to be signed by the governor. All right, some of our industry headlines here on a Friday morning. Back to your calls here. See what's going on with heat wave. Where did we find you this morning?
Oh, getting blinded by a meat wagon here in Hanson, Idaho. How you doing this morning, senor?
Good. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah. Well, it's Mother's Day is what it is for a lot of us out here. Because every Friday's payday, and we have to pay this mother, that mother, and this mother over there.
Uh-huh. You are correct.
Yep. We shouldn't have to worry about the border and all the things that are coming out of there. We got Kamala on the ball, looking into it, making sure everything's safe. She checked out El Paso and said, oh, everything is fine here. Well, Anthony, New Mexico, and Anthony, Texas are sister cities on the border, and they're like 15, 20 miles east of, or west rather, of El Paso. So, I mean, we shouldn't have to worry about it. Kamala's on the ball. Yeah. This is just ridiculous with what we have. I mean, Pelosi and that damn bunch are so worried about the insurrection. It was nothing more than just a bunch of people upset at what was going on, and they were peacefully protesting, gathering and saying, we don't like this. There's something, if it smells rotten, then something is absolutely rotten with the system. And of course you can't tell one group of people from another because you can always blend in BLM and Antifa. But I mean, how many people are going to have the skills to climb a straight wall without having some sort of
training
equipment?
Yeah.
So, we know this, but these old biddies and bats are trying to show the younger generation, the younger kids, the impressionable youth of just how, quote, evil, unquote, the right is. And I'm just like the rest of the people here. I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of it. The only true thing Biden ever said was he doesn't work for us. He's right. He works for everyone else but the American citizen. And as far as these immigrants, let's just call it what they are. They are illegal aliens that are coming across our border illegally, trying to suck on the teat of American society. That's all they are. They're parasites. We can't even help our own people out here. We have homeless American citizens. We have homeless American citizens that need help mentally, because a lot of them they're not in the right frame of mind. We have American veterans that are homeless, but no one seems to give a rat's behind about them. They're all worried about, the rest of the world. You know what? If them people can afford to pay $14,000 or whatever to jump on an airplane, fly to Mexico, and then pay the mules to bring them up through Mexico into the Texas border area, you got to think of this. If they had that kind of money to begin with, why wouldn't they work hard to improve their way of life in the country of origin? Somebody's paying for all this.
Yeah, because if you had that kind of money in that country, you'd be very well off, actually.
Yes, and and the big question is, who is paying their fares to come up here?
Yeah.
Well, the biggest name I can come up with is Soros. He's got a ton of money, and he's not afraid to let you know he's got it with all the holdings he has, with all the positions of power that he has influence over. If you want to stop the illegal aliens coming up, build that damn fence. Build that border. We're so damn worried about other countries' borders that we'll send money to them. Israel needs help. They need us. We need them. Because if you look at it, there's probably 6 million Israelis and 60 million Palestinians and Arabs around them that want to do them harm. Yes, we need to help God's people. But if we're going to be so damn worried about, the Syrian border or the Jordanian border or whoever's border out there that we're going to send money for to help bolster their border, it's America first, people. Take care of us first before we take care of anyone else. Damn. So, anyways, other than that, it's a quiet night out here. Moon is out. I don't see any clouds in the sky. It's not as bright as it was the last couple of nights, but it's still pretty bright.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying there's going to be snow up here next week? Or by this weekend? What was that again?
It's starting like the storm comes in Sunday, then Monday, Tuesday in the northwest. Snow levels are supposed to be above 6,000 feet, so I think they said that's mostly above past levels.
Right. Well, still it'll come down as rain in the lower sections. And of course with the cooler weather, who knows? Well, I guess by that time we'll be at the house Saturday morning enjoying a nice, well-deserved 3 days off before we hit back out on the road again Tuesday morning. So, yeah, hopefully I won't get in any trouble, and neither will my co-driver. He's ever since that blowout last Saturday, he's been really cautious looking over these steer tires. And we had a brand new steer tire on this rental tractor, and he found the head of a nail in the tread. I guess it was the outside tread of the steer tire. We went up to the shop, and he pulled out the nail, and apparently it was long enough to where it had hit the steel belts on the inside. So he went ahead and got that tire changed. But I tell you what, he I think he's still a little gun shy. That must have been a little traumatic.
That's a learning experience that he doesn't want to repeat, correct?
Correct. So, and I have to knock on wood because it's 26 years of being out here on the road, and I have not blown a steer tire, knock, yet. So, for him, for 3 years, he's seen it. So he knows what to do, and he did a damn good job keeping us up. So is Rowan having a football game this weekend?
You know what? I don't know if he does or not. I know that his daddy is going to be getting married this weekend, and he's in the wedding Saturday.
So if they've got a game Saturday, he may actually miss that. So because we're going to be keeping him Saturday evening. So I'm not sure.
Well, congratulations to his daddy and his mom. So I imagine it's going to be fun. Well, how many games do they play? They have like a 10-game schedule?
I honestly don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Well, we depend on you to report the sports.
Hey, it's first season, first year for me ever going to these kids' football games. So I need to. I guess I'll have to ask someone in the know how many more games they've got. Right.
Well, we depend on you for that, man. So, well, I just want to say that I'm sure Rowan is probably having a good time out there when he's on the field, busting heads with the rest of them. And come to think of it, whenever I was growing up back in the 70s, we had our little league, and I guess we had our participation trophy along with the snow cones at the end of the game. But, there was only 2 teams in the little community that I was in. And so we were 1-19, which meant the other team was 19-1. But everybody got a participation trophy, and the snow cones weren't bad. Of course, that was baseball. Football's another story. Yeah. So, all righty, senor. Well, you have yourself a great night. Have a great weekend. And everyone out there, please be safe, because we all want to hear y'all's happy voices again come Monday morning.
There you go.
Including Knucklebuster with his melodious voice.
His commodious voice.
All right,
thank you. I hope one of these days you're going to get to the Hacienda, right? It is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night?
3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Throw this one your way. See what you think about this one. Cancel culture, right? Cancel culture. Country singer Lee Greenwood. God bless the USA. That guy, he is no longer a member of the National Council of the Arts. Lee said, "I was quite shocked, to tell you the truth. I did not get a phone call or a letter. It was just an email." Now, we all know God Bless the USA that's been played at hundreds of thousands of political events since it debuted in 1984. He was first appointed to the Council of the Arts, by President George W. Bush. Also served under Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Of course, of the well-known song, Greenwood said,
This song is meant for all people. It's not just a particular political party. I mean, it's proud to be an American. He said, everywhere I go, I see people who want to be just an American. They just want to have a great life and live every single day helping their neighbors and helping veterans. Talking about his song, God Bless the USA, again, which repeats the phrase proud to be an American numerous times, said it reflects for me the freedom that I have to do what I wanted to do to make my life fun. And it is. I thank every single soldier, sailor, Marine, Coast Guard, SpaceX, and Space Force that are doing the very best they can to make this country free. So what the hell's going on? Well, Lee Greenwood just becomes the latest presidential appointee to be replaced or asked to resign by the Biden administration. Remember, several weeks ago we were discussing the Biden administration asked several members from former President Trump's administration, including the likes of Sean Spicer, former Counselor Kellyanne Conway, ex-National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, to either resign from their appointment advisory roles on military boards or they would be fired. Now, Sean Spicer, the former White House spokesman, said, it's frankly insulting to have my board service questioned. He was appointed to the Navy Academy's Board of Visitors by then-President Trump. When asked about President Biden's reasons for terminating these military appointments earlier this month, remember what Jen Psaki said? Her quote was, "The president's objectives is what any president's objective is, to ensure you have nominees and people serving on these boards who are qualified." No, you could just scrap that portion because that's all just baloney. The rest of the quote was, who are qualified to serve on them and who are aligned with our values. Underscore that. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with being qualified to serve. It has everything to do with being aligned with our values. That is the Democrats' values. And I guess Lee Greenwood does not share the Democrats' values because he's a patriotic, red, white, and blue, America-loving citizen. That certainly doesn't fit their values, does it? They gave no explanation as to why Lee Greenwood was removed from the Arts Board. We'll get a news update, wrapping up hour number 2. But doesn't that make you sick? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee. Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Vice President Kamala Harris met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, becoming the highest-ranking U.S. official of Indian heritage to welcome the Prime Minister. Modi hailed the election of Harris as an important and historic event, describing her as the source of inspiration for so many people across the world. He praised the United States for taking very important initiatives on COVID-19 and climate change. Harris responded by hailing India's commitment to democracy as she declared that democracies around the world are under threat, and the United States and its allies must work to defend them. Harris also noted that India was a vital source of vaccines for other countries at the start of the pandemic, while the United States in turn provided support to India as it experienced a surge in cases. Earlier, she met with Ghana's president and promised the U.S. will send an additional 1.3 doses of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine to the country. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Aggressive and abusive passengers on the airlines have made it to Capitol Hill. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
There's growing concern in Congress about increasing numbers of unruly passengers on airline flights. Washington State Congressman Rick Larson opened a Democratic-led House hearing by calling out the disruptive behavior of unruly passengers.
It is disgusting, it is unacceptable, and it is a danger to fellow passengers, to crew, and the entire U.S. aviation system.
The Democrat adding many disruptions have involved the federal mandate on masks aboard planes.
An NBA player for the Pelicans is in jail. USA Radio's Lance Pry reports.
A 911 call from a woman inside the Woodland Hills, California home of NBA player Jackson Hayes in late July was brought to light when the LAPD released body cam footage on Friday. Hayes confronted officers and severely attacked one of them before being tased and arrested. Do the police have a right to enter the home without a search warrant? When a call for help is made from the home, Detective Jamie McBride with the LAPD Protective League on Fox News says, absolutely yes, they can enter.
Absolutely, an officer can go inside, especially in a domestic violence situation. The officer is still injured. He has a torn ligament, and he is not back in the field still today, and it's been over a month.
Mr. Hayes has been charged with battery on a police officer. The NBA has been silent on the matter.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Another hour underway. Let me see. I got an email from Gilligan here a few minutes ago talking about a road closure. I-81 and 77 closed in both directions between the 70 and 77 mile markers in Virginia. That may be Gilligan on the line there because I see something about road closure. Would that be you, Gilligan?
Yeah, that's me. We've got a problem over here on I-81. Yeah, they're putting some signs up or something. They were setting the cross pieces for signs there just a little while ago. They had it both lanes closed. I guess now they're putting the signs up, and it's got things really backed up right now. So, yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get around it. I kind of know my way around here, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I had to check my map while I was here at the stop sign there for a minute. And, yeah, it's both directions, I-81 and I-77 there at the 77 interchange for northbound in Virginia. That's where the problem is.
Okay, so is it supposed to be like these intermittent 15 to 20-minute closures, or they got to shut down for an extended period, or do you know?
I don't know. In fact, when I come up on it earlier this evening, well, about 45 minutes ago, maybe 50 minutes ago, there was no warning, no nothing. All of a sudden, I just come into a stop, and here it was. The road was totally closed down. Fortunately, I was able to get off of 77 and run the frontage road here along 81. Run it down. I knew the back way into where I was going. But that's all I know.
Okay.
I'm trying to get back on 81. It is almost at a standstill going northbound just past the 77 split and go north like you're going over into West Virginia.
Okay.
People that know the area, drivers know where I'm talking about. Just be advised, there's a frontage road here that you can get off on, coming southbound, getting off at exit 77. There's a Flying J, a Pilot, and a Circle K truck stop there. Drivers know the area, know where I'm talking about. If you get off there, go to the west side of the interstate, which would be turn right coming southbound. You can turn left on that road, and it'll bring you right out down to TA, there at the first exit for I-77.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get a little bit of a look at it. Right now, the backup has cleared out a lot of it, but it looks like this is going to go on because it looks like they're opening and closing, but they're not giving any information on what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah.
So I just come across it tonight on the way down, and it's like, well, what's going on here? I knew this side road, so I jumped off on it. As I went by, I seen the state police service trucks had southbound closed, and seen the crane out there setting up the beam to go across to put the signs on it. And I was here like, well, you thought they'd give us some warning.
You'd think, right?
They did. Yeah, but they're still out here working. Right now, it looks like only one northbound lane is coming, but southbound is running good. It looks like they'll be working on this for several hours. That's what I'm suspecting.
Okay.
Just be advised.
All right, fair enough. Anything else this morning, Gilligan?
Well, I think I'll go ahead and, if you don't mind, give you a beach story if you want.
What story?
A beach story. It's from a couple years ago. I went up to the beach up there in Atlantic City. You ever been to Atlantic City?
I have not.
Well, I went up there, and I think I've got it figured out. It's the only place that's got casinos, and I think the bums outnumber the casinos about 10 to 1. You know, I think I figured it out. These bums in Atlantic City, what it is, they go in there, they lose every dime they got, and then they can't get out of there. You know, I'm expected if I ever go back up there, I hope Doc ain't one of them. You know, and see the bum on that trip, a couple of them that I had to laugh at. I had to admit they had a pretty ingenious idea. I was over in Philadelphia, went over there and went to see the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall and all that trip, right?
Sure.
Well, here's four boys sitting there along the street, had a sign up, out of work porn stars. That's a little bit of ingenious.
There you
What
go.
do you think, Steve?
That's not half bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I got for now. Maybe I'll call in at that loneliest hour for you.
All
Take
right.
care,
Let's
Steve.
see what's going on. Thanks for the
call.
heads up there. Yeah, thanks. Help some drivers out there over in Virginia, right? Speaking of, Virginia State Police issued hundreds of citations during a 72-hour commercial vehicle blitz earlier this month. This was September the 14th through the 16th. It was like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of last week. Several different routes. Route 1, Route 15, Route 17, Route 234, as well as Interstate 66, 95, and 495 in several counties, Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William. During the 72-hour effort, troopers conducted 208 commercial vehicle safety inspections, including 28 hazmat inspections. Troopers say that citations were issued for 376 violations. 32 commercial vehicles were placed out of service for various safety violations. 21 drivers were ordered out of service for various driver violations. Quite a few violations for 208 inspections. Guess they made a few bucks on that blitz at the same time. Meanwhile, what's going on with the Donut Man? How you been?
Pretty good. How you doing, Steve? Good seeing you there.
Yeah, happy Friday. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah. Did you stick around for the evening? What'd you think about that band? They were pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, they were pretty good. We stuck around for a little while, and then we got to feeling pretty, starting to get a little wore out, so we headed home about an hour and a half or so. Band was pretty good. I think the interesting thing was when you introduced Cresso, you kind of gave us a biography about him, had things, a lot of us didn't know about him.
Yeah.
It was really interesting. And what a hell of a guy he is. I just really impressed with everything about him. Just amazing. Oh, this whole January 6th thing, this is nothing more than one of them Soviet-style show trials. I mean, they didn't want they fought like hell to keep the videos from being released, and they got released, and sure enough, you could, by watching those videos, you see why there was no insurrection. They were let in, and that, whatever that goofball was wearing the Fred Flintstone lodge hat or whatever,
right, the Moose Lodge
fur
hat.
coat and the war paint, stand there like a douche canoe. You know what's behind him? A Capitol Police officer. And one of the so-called Capitol Police officers that testified, the neck tattoo guy, I mean, there was actually witnesses, that said that thought he was Antifa because he was in with Antifa doing doing a lot of the damage, and that nobody was armed. They're scared to death that Trump's going to run again, and they know that if he does, they're toast. And you mentioned the one guy something about this time next year, the COVID viruses or pandemic or whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna disappear.
It's gonna be over with. And isn't that interesting? What's going on next year about this time, Steve? Any ideas?
All right.
You got a guess? Isn't that about a month away from the 2022 midterms?
Yeah, sure is.
And isn't there a certain political party that knows their ass is pretty well grasped come election time? That they're scared to death of that. And I guess today, supposedly I don't know if it's the results of the Arizona audit or something to do with the Arizona audit supposed to be coming out today as well. They got to keep diversions going. And I saw, just like clockwork, you knew it was coming, that anti-Semitic race-baiting tax evader Al Sharpton showed up at the Del Rio border.
Oh, did he?
To talk about how and he was trying to give a press conference, and protesters pretty much shouted him down, and he pretty much took off like the coward that he is with his tail between his legs. Hey, Al, you want to do something useful for the people? How about you pay your taxes? You're irrelevant. You never were relevant. You're just a race hustler that accomplished nothing in your life. Just do the world a favor. Don't go away mad. Just go away. Then I guess up in Wisconsin, I saw an article the other day about the Kyle Rittenhouse, the young man that had to defend himself against the Antifa street thugs that were going to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Because the prosecutors kept saying that he was in all kinds of different, alt-right groups and all kinds of different hate groups and everything. And the judge laid the law down to the prosecutors that those are lies and you cannot say that about that young man anymore. They laid the law down with them, and that's another one of those trials that they kind of swept under the rug. I guess it's just typical left-wing stuff. When it doesn't go their way, just sweep it under the rug. Nothing to see here. Move along. Move along. I think isn't that Democrats' new motto? Nothing to see here. Move along.
That's
move
right.
Along.
Right. No, just focus on Trump. Focus on Trump. Focus on the right. The horrible, those horrible conservatives.
Yeah, Trump. It's patriotic Americans that are the enemy of the country. It's not. Don't pay no attention to us on purposely flooding the southern border while the northern border is locked to get in. Don't worry about Nancy Pelosi going over to England and getting ran out of town. I guess they protested her there as well, Steve. They said, they were telling her Trump won and get the, what out.
Yep.
Kind of like what they're saying about Joe Biden at the college football games. Isn't it interesting for somebody that supposedly got 80 million votes, record number of votes in any election? How many? Every weekend. How many and these are college kids breaking out doing that. I thought that was the Biden, the people that supported Biden, huh? And but once again, nothing to see here. Move along.
Something kind of defies the logic there, doesn't it? When you got I think 2 weeks in a row, various college football games. What he's talking about is the chant that breaks out in the stands of F Biden. Yeah, on and on and on. All right, Donut Man. Hey, good to hear from you. I got to get a quick time out here. Back in 2, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at the report from the U.S. District Court of Wyoming this past day, issuing an arrest warrant as the search for Brian Laundrie continues in connection with the death of his fiancée, Gabby. Pursuant to a federal grand jury indictment related to his use of unauthorized devices following her death. According to the indictment, Brian used a debit card and a PIN number for accounts that did not belong to him, accruing charges in excess of $1,000 between August 30th and September 1st. I'm guessing he was using Gabby's debit card. While this warrant allows law enforcement to arrest Mr. Laundrie, the FBI and our partners across the country continue to investigate the facts and the circumstances of Gabby's homicide. According to Denver Special Agent in Charge, we urge individuals with knowledge of Laundrie's role in this matter or his current whereabouts to contact the FBI. He hasn't been seen, of course, since it was a week ago, Tuesday, when he supposedly told his parents he was going to that nature reserve in Florida. I'm going hiking. They're still searching for him in the 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve in Sarasota. Of course, he left just days after Gabby's parents reported her missing, after which her remains were discovered last Sunday in the Bridger-Teton National Forest in Moose, Wyoming. Coroner ruling the death as a homicide. So again, we urge individuals with knowledge of Mr. Laundrie's role in this matter or his current whereabouts to contact the FBI. No piece of information is too small or inconsequential to support our efforts in this investigation. Think about when he told us, can you believe what the parents even are telling the FBI? Because they say, well, he told us he was going hiking down in the nature reserve. But they didn't tell him till like 3 days after he had left. He left on that Tuesday. That would have been like the 14th. They didn't tell the law enforcement until like this. They essentially gave him a 3-day advance, a head start to get away. Who knows? I mean,
Could he be in Mexico? Could he be in Canada? Could he? Yeah, nobody knows. And hell, then again, could he be dead? May he have taken his own life somewhere by this point in time? We may never get the answers, or maybe he is hiding out somewhere in that nature preserve. All I know is the search continues. All right, about a minute before we hit news update. So I'll tell you what, hang in there, Vic. We'll get you coming up next out of the bottom of the hour news break. Somebody else wanted to talk about politics. I'm not seeing a name, but yeah, hang in there. It's 844-844-3388. Several people have brought up, Moderna, the pharmaceutical giant. Moderna's CEO said the pandemic could end in about a year based on the rate of vaccine production over the past 6 months. When asked about whether the world would return to normal sometime next year, he says, quote, as of today, in a year, I assume. If you look at the industry-wide expansion of production capacities over the past 6 months, enough doses should be available by the middle of next year so that everyone on the earth can be vaccinated. Boosters should also be possible to the extent required. Vaccines for infants may soon become available. And he says, here's the quote, those that don't get vaccinated will immunize themselves naturally because the Delta variant is so contagious. In this way, we will end up in a situation similar to that of the flu. You can either get vaccinated and have a good winter, or you don't do it and risk getting sick and possibly even ending up in the hospital. Most governments will likely approve COVID booster shots for vaccinated individuals who received their doses last fall. And he said, undoubtedly, they'll need another shot, possibly of just half a dose versus what the original dose was. The volume of vaccine is the biggest limiting factor right now. With half the dose, we would have 3 billion doses available worldwide in the coming year instead of just 2 billion. Noting that the booster shot's composition would be the same as the original due to a lack of time to make changes. To which I might insert there, see, they're given the exact same thing. We've already got a lesser impact, or the Delta variant doesn't respond as well. We've got the Mu variant. We've got new variants coming out. And if they're not making changes to the vaccine, the booster is going to be useless against some of these mutations. Yeah, probably in fairly short order, if I had to wager a guess. We are testing Delta-optimized variants in clinical trials. They will form the basis for the booster vaccination for next year. We're also trying out Delta plus Beta, the next mutation that scientists believe is going to be likely. Delta plus Beta. Just one after another. And like I said, that pretty much says boosters and updated vaccines. Probably for forever and a day. With that, we get our news break here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Police in Collierville, Tennessee, near Memphis, decided to use a robot to approach a suspect's car after a shooting. 1 person is dead and 12 others were wounded. Police say the suspect apparently died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police Chief Dale Lane says they're still investigating.
What we have to make sure is that there's no one else involved in this, and the more information we release, the more we compromise potential investigation going forward.
The motive for the shooting at a Kroger supermarket is not yet known. The legal team for Derek Chauvin, who was convicted earlier this year of murdering George Floyd, says he's now formally filed an appeal of his murder and manslaughter conviction. The House subcommittee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot has subpoenaed 4 advisors of former President Trump, including his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and former advisor Steve Bannon. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours, any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, it's almost comical. It would be comical if it, well, as Vic said in his email that we shared last evening, if the dire consequences wouldn't be. So we talked about canceling Lee Greenwood, right? God bless the USA. Democrats are introducing a bill to abolish the Space Force. Yes, the Space Force, established by Donald Trump, the new branch of the military, to defend our national security in the expanding world that is increasingly using satellite technology for business, communications, and, yes, defense. As Congress moves to pass the National Defense Authorization Act, the annual bill that authorizes funding for the Pentagon, you've got Representative Jared Huffman, Democrat of California, who has introduced the No Militarization of Space Act, co-signed by Democrat Representative Mark Pocan of Wisconsin, Jesus Garcia of Illinois, Rashid Tlaib of Michigan, you know, the squad, and, of course, none other than Maxine Waters. The long-standing neutrality of space has fostered a competitive, non-militarized age of exploration that every nation and generation has valued since the first days of space travel, says Huffman. But since its creation under the former Trump administration, the Space Force has threatened long-standing peace and flagrantly wasted billions of taxpayer dollars. While we're talking about spending $3.5 trillion on who knows what, he goes on, it's time we turn our attention back to where it belongs. Oh, where would that be? You know, some of our urgent domestic and international priorities like battling COVID, climate change, growing economic inequality. Our mission must be to support the American people, not spend billions of dollars on the militarization of space. This, my friends, is how out of touch with reality these Democrats are. Sure, we can sit back and refuse to build up any sort of defense for our own national security. You know, we're not going to put any weapons in space. Do you think Russia and China and any other country that get their hands on the technological capabilities of militarizing space so they can take down our defense satellites are going to sit back and not do anything because we're not? How ignorant. Space Force established December 20th, 2019. This legislation would put an end to the ill-considered rush into establishing a new military service, the Space Force.
It would save taxpayers billions of dollars in unnecessary spending, says Steve Ellis. Taxpayers for common sense. Okay. Eliminating Space Force in a year and transferring all authorities and functions back to the appropriate commands of the armed forces is the most fiscally responsible thing to do. To be clear, the U.S. must be a leader in space, but creating a whole new service wasn't going to accomplish that. It just created a costly new bureaucracy. This bill, the irony, just last night on the program, we were discussing what? The distinct possibility of future conflict involving satellite, space. The need to have a defense in space. The Secretary of the Air Force, Frank Kendall, just warned us China is acquiring first strike capability with nuclear weapons and an ability to launch attacks from space. But these dumbasses on the Democrat Party think, we don't want to militarize it. No, we don't. They do. They will. And then what you do is you find yourself in a situation totally unprepared to defend yourself when China gets the gall to proceed. They're not going to sit back and wait. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Promise we get to Vic out of the news break. Hello, Vic. What's going on this morning?
Oh, more than I could possibly digest on a Friday morning or any morning, really. But the story that you just mentioned there about the militarization of space, if you go back to whenever the Russians launched Sputnik, President Eisenhower formed NASA specifically to keep the space race out of the military weapons race, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
And oddly enough, isn't NASA pretty much being defunded now or cut way back from what it was?
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what agency they are going to use to take over from the defense. But talking about it being space being militarized, we've had spy satellites for as long as I can remember, since they, keep tracks on things all around the world. So, in effect, we've had a certain amount of militarization of space. We just haven't been launching weapons. But, gosh, that's been close to 10 years ago that there was some suspicion that China had launched what was called killer satellites. And then, of course, Reagan had his Strategic Defense Initiative, which basically means that we can monitor missile launches all around the world and be able to disable them whenever they enter into space. Like China right now has their, they built a new nuclear missile launching field. Has about 30 silos in one place.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really kept up on that. There's been so much domestic stuff going on that I really haven't kept up on all that. But anyway, the Democrats, it's not surprising. They seem to be absolutely dedicated to taking America down. And Trump was dedicated to building America up. And I don't know if they have some sort of a paranoid delusion or what to say about Trump. But no matter what they get ready to do, it's always centered on Trump. And the deal with this January 6th commission, if you go back and look at a lot of the magazine's articles that was coming up after the election, they found out that we had been down this road before. And back in 1887, they passed the Electoral Count Act of 1887. And I think you discussed that rather lengthily on your program there back after the election. And if you go back and look at some of those headlines, the Atlantic, which is a pretty liberal publication, they found out to their amazement that Trump could actually get the election if the whole Electoral Count Act of 1887, I forget, it's a U.S. code now, I forget exactly what it is, but if all the procedures were followed, that Trump could actually retain the presidency. And basically because if the election were challenged in some of the states where there were some anomalies that went on, then they could not complete the electoral count by, I think it was one date in January. Then it would go back to the state delegations, and there were more Republican state delegations than there were Democrats. And so, oddly enough, when they got to that point on January the 6th, according to this new book that's out, I think by Bob Woodward, which you have to kind of question some of the stuff he comes up with. But anyway, because the thing that I questioned was, he said Pence gavelled the President Trump had been reelected. I watched it that day, and I don't recall that. The only thing I recall was that Pence was accepting the challenges, which under that particular act that I mentioned, that's all Pence could do. He could accept or reject the challenges. Of course, right now, you know that Kamala Harris, if the same thing came about, she would reject the challenges. There's no question about that. But oddly enough, just as they got to that point, that's whenever they started hurrying everybody out and said that people had broke into the Capitol and there was a riot. And then when they reconvened, the whole demeanor and thoughts of everybody changed, and they went ahead and put Biden in as president. So to me, I'm not much of a believer in coincidence, but that particular riot, insurrection, whatever you want to call it, it seemed to come at a very convenient time to stop the whole process of the electoral count. And I can guarantee you that Nancy Pelosi's commission won't go anywhere near investigating the timing of that. They want to talk about, what they want to talk about. It really is. It is a show trial. There's no question about that. Because, they won't go anywhere near what did, what did Trump tell Nancy Pelosi? What type of intelligence was there? There are a lot of questions that need to be answered, but basically it's going to be another Get Trump commission is basically all it's boiling down to. But anyway, the other reason that I think it's coming up is the disaster that Biden has created. Afghanistan, the southern border, COVID, you name it, because under Trump's warp speed with this COVID thing, after they got the vaccination, they were supposed to put a great deal of effort into therapeutics. Apparently, they have not put much emphasis on the therapeutics. And instead, they run around hollering about vaccine. And as you mentioned, apparently, I guess a lot of people are predicting things, they're even predicting what variants are coming about. So my question is, how can they know that much about these variants, but not know that much about where this disease came from and how it was transmitted? I mean, again, they're just telling us what they want us to know, and the whole propaganda machine of the left, I think, is in full gear right now. And just, I sent you the email about yesterday about the oil companies being sued by attorney generals. You look at every oil company supported conservative people. There's no question about that. And any entity that supported the conservative ideology, they're going after, full board. So whenever these state attorney generals, which have access to unlimited funds, basically, are going after these oil companies and trying to hold them responsible for a century of oil use or whatever, claiming for climate change, which that's definitely unproven. And just real quick, I'll tell you an interesting story about how indoctrinated people are. I get my milk from a family-owned dairy company, and they only buy from family farms. But I've had the milk that would go bad before the expiration date. And the last time that happened, I called, and the woman says, "We've really had a problem because of climate change this year." And I said, "What?" And she said, "Well, we haven't had a problem because of climate change." I said, "Ma'am, I've been in agriculture and food inspection for a long time. Now, what you have a problem with is what's called slimy milk and ropey milk, and it's caused by two different specific types of bacteria. And you have to be using the right ingredients, the right chemicals to clean up your plant, and it has to go from A to Z, and it's not easy to get rid of, you know." And so she was arguing with me about how climate change was causing their problem, which, if you look at any of the dairy microbiology books, it's right there. And I told her, I said, "No, ma'am, you look up the Mikhlovich cycles and you will see what's causing climate change. We're going through an ordinary cycle that the earth goes through all the time." But I'm thinking to myself, here this woman's willing to risk making people sick, losing their business, all over an unproven theory.
Yep, that it's climate change.
That's just how complete
That's amazing.
And that's just how, right. And it's like, I can't believe this. Now, that the older generation, and we've seen this in the trucking industry, they're not around anymore, and the younger generation has taken over. So anyway, and the older generation one time ran against Dick Durbin there in Illinois, and the people in Illinois, they wouldn't vote for this guy because he's up around Chicago, and Dick Durbin is a downstater. You'll have to get from explain that one to me, but anyway, that's how Dick Durbin keeps his senatorship, is because he's a downstater. Well, he might be a downstater, but he's a pretty liberal downstater.
Right.
But anyway, that's way off topic. But back to what I was saying about the indoctrination that has been so complete on the liberal side that they want to make sure they keep this going, and they're assigning blame where they choose to. But then Biden comes along. I don't think they ever dreamed that he would make such a mess of everything, but he is. And I tried to watch his UN speech the other day, and the only thing that could come to mind, Steve, you probably never seen this, but in the McCarthy hearings, they came back in the 50s, the lawyer asked McCarthy, says, "Do you have no shame?" And that just came to mind. It's like, do the Democrats have no shame to put a guy that's obviously not up to the job and is weakening us in every particular way up in front of the public and is bolting our enemies and everything else? So what they've got to look around and try to find something to stir things up. So then all of a sudden, mysteriously, this January 6th commission starts issuing subpoenas and doing this and that. But it will be a directed investigation. The only thing similar I can think of is sometimes you'll have a local prosecutor that is convinced in a crime that they want to go after a certain individual, and they totally ignore all other evidence. And that's pretty much what they do every time they come up with this, with some sort of investigation involving Trump. Because Trump, just like Real Radical says, focus on an individual. And basically they're focusing on Trump, trying to show him what a bad guy he is, how bad he would have been for the country, although all the statistics says otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And so now then we have this deal to where they're going to start this January 6th commission, and they're hoping that will get, the southern border, COVID, all this, all the bad stuff. They will get all of this
out of the media,
off the front pages.
That's it. It's all they call that a diversion tactics. All right. Thank you so much. Vic Good day hearing from you. Let me quickly jump over to hello, Buckeye Hotshot.
Well, hey, Steve, how are you this fine morning?
Long time, no talk. How long you been tuning in, or did you just recently find us?
Well, after the events at WLW, I've been working mostly days and haven't been listening. So I didn't really know what the heck was going on. And finally, as you may recall, I'm technologically challenged. So finding YouTube is not that easy for me. And I finally got a smartphone, and one of the guys at our shop said, well, you can listen to Steve Sommers on your phone, you know. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, and he showed me how to do it. So I've been listening a fair bit, but I'm not up between the hours of 1 and 5 that often these days. So just so happens when the Nebraska Furniture Mart only receives from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I was going to be up that time of night anyway, so I made sure to tune in last night and just said, well, you got a very easy number to remember now. It's too bad you couldn't get 844-844-8448, which would have been a nice pattern.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's been interesting. So I've been kind of following the gossip about things going on in radio lately. And I was like, well, this is just too doggone much fun. So I said, yeah, I got to jump in here tonight and say hi, because my brother had about 2 years ago had the equivalent of a massive stroke and thankfully survived. So we've been spending a lot of time on family health issues, had several on my wife's side, several deaths in her family recently. So yeah, we've just been very busy with a lot of other stuff and just not up at nights that much anymore.
Gotcha.
So it was good to tune in and hear the folks chatting. Good to know that Monkey Gouger's still out there. I was kind of wondering how he is these days.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer your comments last night, I just happened to awaken and be getting ready to go when you mentioned, oh, I haven't heard Buckeye Hotshot in here in a while. I called your dad the second month of his show. In fact, I might have been his first Canadian caller, because I was sitting listening to him on WLW in Chatham, Ontario. And so I just picked up the phone, called his 800 number, and he said, you're calling from Canada? And I said, yeah. And he said, our number doesn't work in Canada. And I said, yeah, I must be on one of our U.S. lines. So I may have been his first Canadian caller just because I picked up the phone and gave it a try.
How about that?
So, yeah, we've been out here a while. Well, you know what? While I'm thinking about that, one of the other older fellas, Yoda. Whatever happened to Yoda?
I don't know how many years it's been. Yeah, he passed away maybe about a year after my dad passed away.
I'll be doggone.
Yeah.
And Hollywood?
Hollywood's still kicking. He retired from he was still doing like an internet radio show with the oldies and whatnot, but he's still kicking.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Yeah, he was going to, from your dad's memorial, he was going to try to do a tribute tape or something like that, or I guess these days it'd be a DVD or one of the little things you plug into your computer, and I haven't heard anything more about that, because at that point in time, I was busy. There was something going on, and I didn't listen much at that point in time either, because, again, I was on day shift. So we were handling some family affairs, as I recall. I don't remember what they were and all that. It's not that important. But, yeah, I was, up until the time you went onto the Internet, I'd been listening off and on because I was still doing a lot of those overnight General Motors runs. Then I went to days and wasn't hearing very much. And yeah, it was just one of those interesting things. You know, life changes your direction here and there, and sometimes in ways you don't anticipate because, you know, listening to 2 or 3 callers ago mentioning how interesting it is that we had record applications for unemployment, and yet employers are whining that they can't
find any workers.
Get workers right now. Yeah, and I said, well, it's probably the jobs. Nobody wants to stay up all night. I don't know what Speedway's paying these days. I think it's around $10 or $12 an hour, but who wants to be up overnight keeping the Speedway open for $10 an hour when you can work during days at the nearby Amazon warehouse or whatever for 15 to 18. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. You know, it's like going back to, you mentioned earlier, the fellow, I think you said it was ATA, who was wondering about getting truckers, and then he answered his own questions. You know, we're the most essential workers out here. Truck driver is the most important job in this country, even more important than the farmer, because even the farmer can't get his stuff to market unless he uses his own truck. And yet, he mentioned long hours. He mentioned the lifestyle. You know, you're by yourself a lot of the day, and you know, that he answered his own question. You know, you're out here. It's as I've said when for the past roughly 10 years, when I've had kids ask me about driving a truck, I used to tell them, well, it's a good backup job to have. If you can drive a truck, you can get. And it's always good to have on the back burner in case you need it, in case your regular job takes the big poop or something like that. And nowadays, I openly discourage kids from getting into trucking, and I tell them, how would you work for 2 40-hour weeks every week and not be paid all that well for 1 40-hour week?
Right. And
if you're into that, then you can be into trucking.
That kind of answer, that also answers the question about if it's not just the perception, but it's, you know, what's White have been saying for years and years. It's the pay, it's the compensation. If that's, I think my dad said that for many, many years as well. If you're going to work a 70-hour week, you're pretty much giving away 30 hours of labor time when you're being compensated for the equivalent of a 40-hour work week. Yeah, how many 9-to-5 employees would do that? Hell no. But, hey, great to hear from you, Buckeye Hotshot. Thank you so much. We're a little behind. Get our news update here, top of the hour, as we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. A Friday morning coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee. Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wade Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Vice President Kamala Harris met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, becoming the highest-ranking U.S. official of Indian heritage to welcome the Prime Minister. Modi hailed the election of Harris as an important and historic event, describing her as the source of inspiration for so many people across the world. He praised the United States for taking very important initiatives on COVID-19 and climate change. Harris responded by hailing India's commitment to democracy as she declared that democracies around the world are under threat, and the United States and its allies must work to defend them. Harris also noted that India was a vital source of vaccines for other countries at the start of the pandemic, while the United States in turn provided support to India as it experienced a surge in cases. Earlier, she met with Ghana's president and promised the U.S. will send an additional 1.3 doses of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine to the country. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Aggressive and abusive passengers on the airlines have made it to Capitol Hill. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
There's growing concern in Congress about increasing numbers of unruly passengers on airline flights. Washington State Congressman Rick Larson opened a Democratic-led House hearing by calling out the disruptive behavior of unruly passengers.
It is disgusting, it is unacceptable, and it is a danger to fellow passengers, to crew, and the entire U.S. aviation system.
The Democrat adding many disruptions have involved the federal mandate on masks aboard planes.
An NBA player for the Pelicans is in jail. USA Radio's Lance Pry reports.
A 911 call from a woman inside the Woodland Hills, California home of NBA player Jackson Hayes in late July was brought to light when the LAPD released body cam footage on Friday. Hayes confronted officers and severely attacked one of them before being tased and arrested. Do the police have a right to enter the home without a search warrant? When a call for help is made from the home, Detective Jamie McBride with the LAPD Protective League on Fox News says, absolutely yes, they can enter.
Absolutely, an officer can go inside, especially in a domestic violence situation. The officer is still injured. He has a torn ligament, and he is not back in the field still today, and it's been over a month.
Mr. Hayes has been charged with battery on a police officer. The NBA has been silent on the matter.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And welcome back officially into a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week. Got any big plans for the weekend, right? What's on tap? Yeah, right back to the calls here. I'm not seeing a name. Somebody talking about politics. Who we got on the line?
I'm anonymous, man.
Anonymous.
What's up? Yeah, what's up, Steve? Grump.
Hello, Grump.
Hey, yeah, you know, I got to disagree with that last caller there about not talking to or discouraging people, young people from joining this industry. If we don't start encouraging people to join this industry, young people, and I mean, it is what it is right now. You got long hours, but I make a damn good living. I have no problem with the pay whatsoever. Most company drivers don't either. You look at some of the first, uneducated. I mean, they're not college educated or anything else, right out of high school, and they, driving around intrastate until they get their, they can get out on the highway when they hit 23 years old. You don't see many 23-year-olds that's out here making, $75,000, $80,000 like you do in the trucking industry. So the money's a lot better, a hell of a lot better than what it was. And, we're losing this industry, Steve. I mean, if people just take a damn good look at what's going on here. I mean, when the State Department won't even release the number of visas that they're issuing to temporary drivers, and when you have the ATA that is setting aside or encouraging companies to align themselves with immigration attorneys so that they can get that 179-day person over here to drive a truck, we're losing it. And until we start encouraging people to quit, don't lie about the damn industry. Just tell them, hey, there's a lot of long hours and, it's some hard work, but it can be very, very, very rewarding if that's what they want. And it's, when you look at the amount of freight that's coming out of California, hell, 7 years ago, they were saying that about 48 to 49% of all the produce coming out of California is on trucks of people born outside of the United States.
Right.
And, there's even call centers in India right now that is not brokering loads, but they're watching the load boards for a lot of these foreign trucks that, or foreign drivers that are over here, that are owner operators, in many respects. They, if you remember, Barack Obama waived that $1 million, if you want to open a business in the United States, he waived that damn $1 million. You got to hire, I think it was 3 to 5 American workers. They knocked it down to $50,000. So that's what flooded in so many people buying trucks here in the United States, $60,000 trucks, and they're out here hauling freight and, we're going to have to do something to get this industry back because hell, look at last night when I was talking to you last night about that lawsuit, there was a Polish driver, spoke no English, that was involved in, that little incident. And it's every day that you're seeing people that doesn't have a grasp of the English language out here driving a damn truck, but yet that seems to be, swept underneath the rug and it's allowed. So I don't know, man. I hate seeing the family farm, the family businesses that once dominated this industry go by the wayside. The small 1, 2, 3 trucking industry, trucking companies that were handed down generation to generation, go by the wayside because, people just don't, they want to discourage other people from joining it. It's a good industry. It really is. we've just allowed every damn thing under the sun to happen to this industry. And, you know, people didn't stand up and fight for it. Look at MAP 21, you know, 1,700 people, you know, actually gave comments on MAP 21. And that's why we got e-logs today. And when they come down with the speed limiters and different things, that's exactly the way it's going to be again. You know, you're just going to have a handful of people that is going to stand up and fight for this, but, you know, fight against it. But anyway, this January 6th, investigation that's going on, this committee that they've got of these knuckleheads. You know, one of the things that I'm looking at is I was listening to the commercial, and they said that, you know, they're going to subpoena Banning and so many others, and they want all the phone communications that was conducted between President Bush or President Trump and his advisors, you know, prior to the January 6th as they call it, their little insurrection, which is bull. I would like to see all, you know, I hope the Judicial Watch gets off their ass and starts, you know, wanting these other records of the Democrats released, because it's, you know, I think it's vitally important that we see who everyone was talking about this thing, you know, especially after you know, Biden came into office. What happened then? You know, I mean, you know, people can't tell me that some of these people that were just at the you know, getting this, you know, were there, you know, the hell they're number one, their rights has been violated a number of times. They're holding them in jail cells. How many is it now? About 107 or something like that they've arrested. You know, they know that there was FBI agents that were there that was encouraging this, you know, among the people. But, you know, they call it an armed insurrection, but yet the only person killed was a young lady by some jackass guard, you know, or security agent, Capitol Hill police officers that has a history of disciplinary problems. So, you know, I mean, I guess he's acted out in violent ways before. But this is nuts, because they, you know, they just keep talking like this is a Trump problem. You know, this is nothing more than a Trump issue. Bull. I mean, hell, you know, you don't know. Nobody knows what the hell went on there. You know, I mean, the people just showed up there. They didn't show up there to you know, overrun the Capitol. Yeah, right. You got that jackass that had that big moose head on, or whatever the hell it was. You know, but man, I want to see everything. You know, if they want to go down this rabbit hole, then let's dig it all out and let them expose every damn thing. But it's not going to happen as long as you got Democrats you know, in any committees, you know, or Democrats, period. I mean, you know anymore, Steve, you wake up of a morning and the first damn thing on my mind is, boy, I'd just love to just walk up and slap the snot out of a damn Democrat. Just slap the stupid off of them for everything that they're doing to this country right now. But it's, you know, it's amazing to me. I don't know. I don't know how much more of it, you know, this country can stand, or, you know, it just seems to me like there's not enough pushback on what's going on right now. And finally, people are kind of taking a look at Biden and saying, hey, this jackass is just that. He's a jackass, and crazy jackass at that. But I don't think Trump is going to run again. We keep hearing these little snippets of everything that he is. I don't think he is. I think he's gonna endorse somebody like DeSantis or somebody like that out of Florida for one reason. I think Trump wants to get back into the business world, but he's always going to be a player in politics now. But I really just don't see, you know, from the way things look. Plus, he's got so damn many Republicans that are a bunch of idiots anyway. They don't want, they're not going to endorse him. Just over this January 6th thing. I mean, look how many of them turned on him. With that when he said, if you come to Washington, make sure you peacefully make your voices heard. All right. Well, nobody says a damn thing about that. They're all just blowing it off like, hey, he was just, stepping up here and being a real, John Dillinger and
instigator.
causing all this insurrection.
Right. Like he tried to tell them, let's march down there and storm the Capitol. Yeah, whether or not he'll run, Yeah, he keeps dropping these little subtle hints. Just last week, maybe the week before, he made it sound like it's getting to the point where it's not going to be an option. He's going to have to run. I don't know. Did see there was a poll released this past day, and I think what Trump just mentioned, he's correct. That if the election were today, Donald Trump would be a shoo-in over Biden or Kamala Harris if she were on top of the ticket. 20% of Democrats saying they would vote for Trump today. Now, it's a survey of 1,000 likely voters. A head-to-head matchup with Biden or Harris, Trump, in a head-to-head matchup with either, would win by double-digit margins. 51 to 41% over Biden, 52 to 39% over Harris, although voters are divided on whether Trump should run again. 48% say it would be a good idea. 44% say it would be a bad idea. 2022 is the first thing we got to get, the first hurdle that has to be crossed, though. And we've got to get our quick time out here. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, flip over to some of the other listener friends checking in. Rick, of course, Rick Friend on board with us here this morning. Good to have you with us, Rick. Hello to See Unseen. I think I know who that is. He sends me emails now and then, but he's on fire this morning. All right, anybody else new on board there? All right, good to have you all with us. It's 844-844-3388. Oh, there's Fred. Hello, Fred. Good Friday morning, Steve. Good morning, Radio World, he said. And Steve on the line. What do you say? Happy Friday, Steve.
Hey, Steve. Happy Friday. Still got one more night to work, but it's close. Hey, did I hear that the Indian Prime Minister called camel toe an inspiration around the globe? Is that what that news person said?
If they did, I missed it. Inspiration around the world.
Yeah, yeah, she's an inspiration around the globe, Steve. I wonder if those people that feel inspired by her had to learn how to cackle like a turkey. Yeah, what a disgrace. What I'd like to see, Steve, is Donald Trump being sworn in. When do they swear in Congress? January of 2023, I believe. It's January. That's what I'd like to see. Can you imagine him being sworn into Congress in January of 2023, Steve? I mean, if he announces that, they're going to go absolutely ballistic. These Democrats. This is why they're, this damn whatever you call it, investigation. They're going to keep on trying to destroy this man. You know, as long as they're in power, I don't care how long it takes. They're going to try and just throw whatever goes up against the wall and see what sticks. You know, the thing is, Steve, the one that should be subpoenaed is Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. That's who ought to be subpoenaed. You know, they ought to be talking about what they knew and when they knew it and why they didn't do anything about it and why they failed. Because that's the whole blame behind this, Steve. Those two idiots failed. You notice during the rally, what was it, last weekend, the J6 rally they called it?
Right.
They had, 10,000 National Guard there. They had more D.C. police there than the protesters. So they were ready for that, Steve. Why weren't they ready for the January 6th
exactly.
Rally?
And was not the same offer, the same offer not made for that January rally to offer the assistance of the National Guard to be there? The same, quote, intelligence community was saying they've heard the chatter that there could be something take place, but it was all denied.
All denied. That's what, Steve, that's why I think, don't put it past this FBI, this government that's in control right now, that they would set something like this up to take down Trump. Just another reason to impeach, to say sayonara. Don't put it past them. I think this was a big setup. How they were letting these people just walk into the Capitol. How there was FBI informants and FBI agents supposedly in that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever they were, the BLM, Antifa, rioters that were there, inciting this. I think this was one big, huge setup. That's what I believe. But see, the biggest conspiracy we talked about the other night is this damn Obama administration. See, they're running down a dangerous path here, because I'll tell you what, if the Republicans do happen to gain power in the House and the Senate, they're running a dangerous game right here. Because I'll tell you what, if that's the case, we're going after sitting former presidents now, then let's go after Obama and what he did during the 2015 year, spying on the Trump campaign with all his reprobates. The New York Post just put out an article. It's funny how when all his Legion of Army of Obama, Clapper, McCabe, Susan Rice, when they got in front of Congress, Steve, their tune was a lot different than what they were singing on the news. They lied. They either lied to Congress or they were lying to the American people. Because when they got into Congress, they said, "Oh no, we didn't see any collusion going on. There was nothing going on with Russia. Nothing to see here." But when they got on television, it was a whole different tune. They were singing the story that Donald Trump was in collusion with Putin. His policies were in favor of Russia, and they lied about that. So that's who they ought to be investigating, is what really took place in 2015 and 16. Because what they did, Steve, they tried to overthrow the government. So if that's not a damn insurrection, I don't know what is. When you try to overthrow the will of the people that voted for Donald Trump. This is all about to take this man down and get rid of him forever. Because I think they're worried, Steve, about what's going to happen. That's why they're pushing this thing. But do you honestly think that Steve Bannon and Patel and Mark Meadows are going to give them anything? I'll tell you, if I was them, I wouldn't even show up. That's what I would do.
Mm.
But anyway, Steve, you have a great weekend, man. And that pool closed down.
It's closed down. Got the cover on here just in time before that cold front came through a couple days ago. 51 outside the secret bunker at this hour. It's a crisp, cool morning. Rolling into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee. Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so I pulled up the story Steve asked about, and yes, I guess that's because Kamala Harris, her mother's from India, father was from, where was it, Caribbean island, whatever country it was. And so India's prime minister says, Vice President Kamala Harris is a source of inspiration for many around the world, expressing confidence that bilateral relations will touch new highs under President Biden and her leadership. It was a joint press appearance with Harris at the White House ahead of their bilateral meetings. Okay. Your being elected as the Vice President of America has been such an important historic event. You are the source of inspiration for so many people around the world. There you go. Because Harris, the first ever person of Indian origin to be elected Vice President of the United States. Harris is the first woman, the first Black American, the first South Asian American to be elected Vice President, as was the case with other offices that she held. So says her biography on the White House website. That's the way she is described. Okay. All right, there you go. So, yeah, what an inspiration she is. Hello, Justin. What do we know this Friday morning?
Oh, not much. Thanks for reading my email.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to change semi-tires, and I would listen to you on 700, and because I'd listen to the Reds game during the day, and it would be stuck on that station, and I found that you talk sense and stuff, so I started listening to you more and more.
So you had a stroke at a very young age, correct?
Yes. It damaged the left side of my body. So I used to be in a wheelchair. Now I'm walking with a cane, so I'm progressing.
Doing better? Well, that's good to hear. All right.
Yeah. I listened to you on the podcast thing. That's how I heard, because I can't stay up this late when I got appointments the next day.
Sure. So
when the Reds got rained out the other day, I listened to most of them.
So are you having to go in for like therapy and whatnot on a regular basis still, or?
Yeah, physical therapy and just, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's, I don't really like talking about myself. So.
Well, I appreciate you listening to the program, though, Justin.
Yeah. Do you think the government's going to shut down? Just a question.
Yesterday they were saying they were advising federal agencies to start making preparations that it could happen. I don't know for what length of time
I think it might be a good thing.
Well, it's the kind of thing.
For a little bit.
Yeah, the Democrats need to own it, though. Of course, that's the mainstream media is going to blame it. It's all going to be blamed on the Republicans if it were to happen. But yeah, the Democrats would need to own that because they're trying to push a $3.5 trillion spending bill on top of the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, and they're complaining about, well, we need to raise the debt ceiling. And they just want to.
Right,
they just want to
fund the government.
Correct. They just want to eliminate the debt ceiling. They did that for a period of time under Obama, and I don't know if that continued for a period under Trump or not. But it may have. But it's been a while since we've heard anything about the debt ceiling. We should have reached that limit a long, long time ago. Correct? All right. Well, thank you for listening into the program there, Justin. Best wishes on continued progress. He sent an email talking about having had a stroke at a very young age, right? All right. It is 844-3388. I'm just trying to open up your email there, Scotty. He sent me an email. He said, hey, I found us a cruise to go on. So I was looking to see if it was, is it legit or is this some kind of a joke you're playing on me? I'll pull it up here in a minute. We'll get back to that. Let's see. Hello, Big Moose.
What's the word, killer?
Happy Friday, I guess. That would be about it for me. Friday.
Yeah, there's that. Boy, I just sitting here thinking, what an inspiration old Kamala is, buddy. You think about it. I mean, that really is an inspiring individual. She's the Swiss Army knife of ethnicities. She can just pull out any ethnicity she wants to and make everybody, just think how wonderful she is. She's changed her ethnicity, I know, in the public eye, at least 5 times, She married fairly well, I guess, if you want to consider that, Got a ready-made family and big money and $5.9 million, as soon as she said I do, so the instant wealth. Then she, has a history of all of her collegiate acrobatics, and I'd say she is inspiration. She just goes to show you, all the young women out there in America. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, doesn't really matter what your education is. If you can marry a rich old man and have the innate ability to single-handedly process more sausage than Jimmy Dean, you can become vice president of the United States.
Yes, sir.
Ain't that wonderful?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah. I tell you what, just, it's a mess. The whole thing's a mess. And I've just washed my hands with it. I don't even give a damn anymore. I don't turn the news on anymore. I ain't interested in what they have to say. I just, and I know Chevy guy gives me hell, but, because, oh yeah, no matter what he said, that's the only tool we got. Well, voting's the only tool you got, folks. I got news for you. You ain't got one. Because we've seen not once, not twice, but 3 times how they handle them votes. So when you show up to cast your vote in this next election,
Did you lose your cell there? I think.
Bunch of garbage.
There you are. You were breaking up for a minute. When you go to cast your vote in this next election, that's where you broke up.
And they tell you that you've already voted, turn around and go home, then maybe it'll hit home with some of them.
Right.
Because, so they've already got the U-Haul trucks loaded up with them mail-in ballots, I'm sure, so they're just waiting to dispatch them. So, yeah, it's going downhill like a snowball headed for hell, buddy. And I tell you, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, but it doesn't change the fact of the matter, But I don't know. I'm getting ready to make a few changes around the house and make a few changes in my business myself, and I'm not too worried about it. I'm just going to just ride the wave. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Oh, and that fellow on there talking about having that CDL is a good backup plan. You can always be a truck driver. That's the problem with the whole damn industry, folks, right there. That attitude. Anybody can be a truck driver. I got a dog smart enough to be a truck driver as long as you can go pass that test and put a CDL in your pocket. Doesn't matter if your Fortune 500 company lays you off or, there ain't no jobs at the bank or, in big business or doing this or doing that. You can always go back and be a truck driver. And people want to know why they're still making 30 cents a dang mile. That's the attitude right there. But this industry has always been, always will be. They talk about these strikes, talk about this, talk about that. Fact of the matter is, you can't get 2 truck drivers to agree on anything. You can't get 2 truck drivers to agree that the sky is blue. They'll never get together on nothing because it's a hooray for me, to hell with everybody else attitude. And it all starts with that anybody can be a truck driver. You can do it, But I've gassed on about this now for 40 years, Steve, and I'm tired of talking about it. But the fact of the matter is, they can say anything they want to. You put 2 truck drivers in a room full of lot lizards and they'll screw each other first every time. That's the nature of the beast. And I've got my piece of the pie. I think it's time for me to just sit back and eat it. So I'm just going to, I think I'm going to do a little rearranging here, and I'm going to enjoy what little bit of life I got left. So with that, I'll say keep it twixt and spotted and the solid sunny side up, greasy side down. And I'll be 10-10 till I do it again sometime.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in, and have a good weekend, Moose. If you're going to get some time off this weekend, and we're returning to here on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So, as the search continues for Brian Laundrie, now there's now a second woman who's come forward to say she actually gave him a ride. You know, he was hitchhiking. She gave him a ride in Grand Teton National Park back on like August the 29th, which was like 2 days after Gabby was last seen. Now, the first woman posted some videos on TikTok on September the 17th that she and her boyfriend had picked up Laundrie at about 5:30 in the afternoon, August the 29th, after they spotted him hitchhiking on the side of the road. She has spoke with the police about the encounter. Now, Norma Jean Jolvek, who was a seasonal Wyoming resident from Florida, tells Fox News that after she saw the original TikTok video that Baker's posted, she said she realized, hey, that's the guy I picked up on August 29th. Dropped him off about 6:30 or 6:40 at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area, which is where Gabby's remains were found several weeks later. She said she spontaneously decided to visit a Catholic church called Chapel of the Sacred Heart in Grand Teton National Park that Sunday for their 5 o'clock service. Church is about 1.2 miles from Jackson Lake Dam, where Baker said she dropped Landry off after he kind of freaked out and asked to get out of the couple's Jeep. She said, we picked him up, 6:15, 6:20, past the dam near Pacific Creek Landing. He was walking backward, holding out his thumb, like so many do in that area of the national park. I picked him up, she said. Something just said, hey, ask him where he's going. Now, Laundrie, who sat in the passenger seat of the 4Runner, asked if she was going to Jackson when she told him no, because she lives in the opposite direction. He asked if she'd drop him off at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area, which she agreed to do, which was about a 20-minute drive from the dam. She said, everything's legitimate, everything's corroborated. I already talked to the FBI, adding that she didn't realize she had given a ride to Laundrie until after she saw that other TikTok video and emphasized the important role social media is playing in trying to help solve this case. Baker similarly explained in her video that she realized it was that 23-year-old person of interest in the missing persons case after she was watching various videos on TikTok. Jolvek described having the same kind of small talk with Laundrie that Baker reported in her video. He told her that he'd been hiking near Snake River and that he had a fiance. He said that he had seen elk and moose, but hadn't seen any bison. She said he asked if I needed any gas money, and she said no. On the ride to Spread Creek, Jolvek said she took a sharp right turn, causing a Bible on her dashboard to fall onto Laundrie's lap. He picked up the book and put it back on the dashboard. He asked her to drop him off at the gate of that remote campground, which, of course, has a single dirt road that extends miles to various camping sites in the area. That was about 6:30. Yeah, there would still have been some daylight to see into the camping area, but Jolvek responded saying that she could drive him inside, which is when he tried to get out of the moving car. I can't explain why I was there, she said, of the decision to go to church that day and pick up a hitchhiker. It's just something I don't typically do. I don't pick up hitchhikers in Florida. I've got so much shish kebab from family and friends for picking up a hitchhiker. But she did say she joked with Laundrie about wanting to impress his fiancée by hiking into the campground rather than hitching a ride. But he only responded by insisting that he be let out of the vehicle. Let me out. So, assuming she was already dead at that point in time. He's spent some time out there trying to cover his tracks, I guess would be the word. Because ultimately she was reported missing on September 11th. Weeks after she sent her mother the text message, which was all the way back on August the 27th, which is when blogger Jean Bethune and her husband spotted the van that was parked in that dispersed camping area. All right, we're rolling toward top of the hour. News update just a few minutes away. Let's get back to the calls. What do you say, Pup? What's happening this morning?
Oh, just holding on to this old steering wheel. How you doing?
Not half bad. Happy Friday.
Mm-hmm. I'm like the other guys. I've got one more night to go yet.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, I know you're getting close to your break, but need to do yourself a favor and listen to that second hour of Sean Hannity's show, of his radio station show yesterday. He interviewed a doctor, Dr. Malone. He is the guy that invented the main ingredient for the Pfizer and the Moderna.
The mRNA tech. I've seen numerous interviews with him. Yes, he's a smart guy. And
yes.
So what did he have to say with Hannity?
Yeah. He pretty much said the vaccine was just for the elderly people, obese people, and with underlying conditions. He said if you're a healthy adult or even child, that you should not take the vaccine. And he was saying one reason why all of these variants that are coming up is because the virus is trying to fight its way around the vaccine, and it mutates into a different
right. Yep.
deal.
Exactly.
So that's what he was saying, and you could tell in his voice when Sean asked him about Dr. Fauci. He said, I'll just put it this way. He goes, I don't see eye to eye with him. And he said that JFK Jr. is coming out with a book, and he goes, that'll reveal a lot of stuff about Dr. Fauci. But Sean interviewed him for a whole hour, and it was really interesting. And he said the biggest problem of this was when politics got into it. And he said by no means should that be FDA approved. It should still be an experimental drug because they don't know what the long-term effects will be.
Correct. Yep.
So,
and that's true.
Yeah. And it was a really good interview. I didn't know if you'd known about this doctor or not. So I know you're getting close to your break, so I'll get off of here and you have a good weekend, but I figured I'd just throw that out there for you.
Yeah, over the last several months.
I'll give you a shout later.
Thank you much. I've shared actually several interviews with Dr. Malone, hour-long interviews with the British media. There's a part one and then a part two of the interviews. And he, the creator of the mRNA technology. And he goes into very, very in-depth explaining, what's going on with it, and talks about the mutations. And leaky vaccines is the word. Leaky vaccines that cause those mutations. But, so go through my Facebook archive, scroll down, you'll find them in there. Top of the hour, though, we'll get a news update. Final hour just ahead here on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The police chief in Collierville, Tennessee, is saying it may be the deadliest incident the town has seen in many years. 1 person is dead and 14 hurt when a gunman opened fire at a Kroger supermarket in the suburb of Memphis. The suspected shooter is also dead, from what police say appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Bridgenada Dickerson works at the store. She said she and her co-workers were chased by the gunman.
Kept on shooting. He shot one of my co-workers in the head and then shot one of the customers in the stomach.
An independent CDC advisory panel has voted to recommend booster doses of Pfizer's COVID-19 shot for people 65 and older, also residents of long-term care facilities, and any people with underlying medical conditions. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Department of Defense was on Capitol Hill. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Senators held a closed-door briefing Wednesday with 3 DoD officials about the Afghanistan debacle. Republican Senator Joni Ernst with the Senate Armed Services Committee tells Fox News DoD officials were playing games with the senators.
We had a closed-door briefing from 3 DoD officials, one of them being the DoD Policy Chief, Civilian Colin Call. He was very, very dismissive of our senators and their questions. He gave immature responses and very simple things, a number of them surrounding the Afghan nationals that were evacuated, the numbers of those evacuees, and the security questions and concerns surrounding those evacuees. He could not answer those questions. He could not respond to any questions we asked about the threat assessments on the ground in Afghanistan.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey, bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo's in the house.
An arrest warrant is out for missing Florida man Brian Laundrie. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
He hasn't been seen in more than a week after his fiancée, Gabby Petito, turned up dead on Sunday.
The two were on a cross-country road trip last month when Brian returned home to Northport, Florida, alone. Wednesday, a federal grand jury in Wyoming indicted Laundrie on charges he used her credit card following her disappearance. The FBI, along with multiple law enforcement agencies, continue to search for Laundrie as he remains a person of interest in Petito's homicide investigation. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The chair of NASA's Independent Safety Panel blasted Congress for not designating a federal agency to spearhead space traffic management. Chairwoman Patricia Sanders, a former Department of Defense senior executive and NASA's Safety and Advisory Panel, has called on Congress to increase oversight of growing space traffic for years, but to no avail. Congressman Don Bayer from Virginia, chairman of the House Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee, said that he and others in Congress are working on the issue. Bayer told United Press International, "They're right, this has to be done quickly because we're going to see a lot more traffic soon. We are scheduled to take this up in October, and the hope is that we will have a bill by the end of the year." For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, final hour underway. We've been watching literally through the entirety of the program, the fire hose effect, as they call it. The rains that continue to stream in off the Atlantic. From New York City. New York City's been on the western side, but more showers continue to stream in from down toward Atlantic City. And there's plenty of moisture streaming in from, say, Bridgeport, Connecticut, right on up to Albany, New York, through Saratoga Springs, then on up into western Vermont and upstate New York, all the way up to Cornwall, Ontario, and then well up into Canada, Montreal, and way on up there. It's just very slow-moving frontal system. So it's gradually going to be progressing on up into New England through the day today. It's definitely a slow go for that part of the country. Yeah, kind of odd. Last evening, about this time under the industry headlines, I shared a story where General Motors made an announcement that they believe the semiconductor shortage was the situation was going to be improving or stabilizing in the coming months, but they were still going to be off by about 200,000 vehicles as far as production for the year. In less than 24 hours comes the headline, the global semiconductor shortage that has paralyzed automakers for nearly a year, now showing signs of worsening as the new COVID infections halt chip assembly lines in Southeast Asia, forcing more car companies and electronics manufacturers to suspend production. The Delta variant cases, a wave of cases in Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines, is causing production delays at factories that cut and package semiconductors, which is now creating new bottlenecks on top of those that have already been caused by soaring demand for the chips. Underscoring the problem has defied any easy solutions. The White House Thursday held their second summit in 5 months
with semiconductor manufacturers and buyers trying to get more clarity on the scope of the crisis. Senior executives from Intel, General Motors, Ford, Apple, Microsoft, Samsung, and 24 other companies, with the Commerce Secretary and the National Economic Council Director, frustration continues to mount on all sides. Automakers want semiconductor companies to crank out more chips for cars. Smartphone companies do not want their semiconductors diverted to the automakers. Chip manufacturers say the auto industry shot itself in the foot by canceling semiconductor orders after the COVID crisis started. They're also impatient for Congress to approve $52 billion in federal subsidies to boost domestic semiconductor manufacturing here. That particular measure, supported by the White House, cleared the Senate, but it has not cleared the House. I would question, why has it not cleared the House? Why are we bending over backwards to get that expedited? Billions of dollars to begin chip manufacturing at home rather than continuing to rely on what's going on abroad. I don't get it. But that's the latest. So kind of a contradictory story from just 24 hours ago. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, Senor. Thank you for part 2 here. Good Lord. What was that East Indian premier doing? Is it a guy or a gal?
It's a guy.
Their premier.
It's a guy.
Well, that figures. That figures. He's sweetening up the pot for a favor to be turned in later, I'm sure. Good Lord. I almost threw up my fake Subway tuna fish sandwich when you were talking about what he was calling that woman. I mean, you would think she was everything but a slice of heaven. Golly. And, yeah, her daddy, I think, was Jamaican, wasn't it? Was it her mother Jamaican, or was it her?
I think mom was from India, dad was from Jamaica.
I mean, for a woman who could not even get 1/10 of 1% of the vote.
From the Democrats.
Yeah. Obviously, that character is not very good in politics outside of the country of India. But, and I don't think the Jamaicans consider themselves African Americans. I think that's a slap in the face to them. Oh well. Anyways, yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. I cannot believe somebody would be just bend over backwards doing a bunch of butt kissing for a favor to be turned in later. But of course, then again, as much as we despise Biden being in the White House, a friend of mine had posted on a pro-Biden Facebook page, and they got Joe just kind of leaning up with his butt up on a desk, in casual clothing, and they're just praising him for no anything bad, no scandals, no, just a whole litany of no's.
Huh.
And, it's like, well, the guy has no brain. He has no, he can't run a country. He's tried to be a politician for the last 47 years, and he has no accomplishments. And now you have this brain dead jackass in office, and all he's done is he just tore and is still tearing the country apart economically. And I mean, as much damage as he's done in the last 8 months, my God, how much more is he going to do in the next, 3.5 years? I mean, these people think Biden walks on water. I don't know who these people are. I don't know them from Adam, but I do know that they don't have a damn brain cell one that is living in their head if they think this man is doing a great job. Maybe they're all super rich. I don't know. But, yeah, that's just absolute ridiculous, absolute nonsense to think she is doing such a great job, that she is an inspiration. I don't know, maybe she's an inspiration to losers who's doing the same job she's doing. Or, yeah, that was one. That was the one comment I wanted to make on that. I mean, really, the sandwich wasn't that great going down, and I darn sure didn't want it to come back up for a second helping. Ugh. All righty, senor. I'll let you go. You have yourself a great weekend.
Thank you much, Heatwave. All right, I was looking. I flipped over to the comments there. I was looking at. Yeah, which caller was it a bit ago that was talking about this new book coming out about Dr. Fauci, and said it was, I think he said JFK Jr. Big Moose said, I don't think he could be writing the book because he's done gone a long time. He died in that plane crash, right? So I wasn't exactly sure, and I did a quick search. It's Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert Kennedy Jr. The title of the book is The Real Anthony Fauci. From the cover of the book, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health. The Real Anthony Fauci. They've got the quick bio. When the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease since November of 1984, and the leading architect of agency capture, the corporate seizure of America's public health agencies by the pharmaceutical industry, happens to be the same man, well, conflicts of interest arise. Wearing both hats, Dr. Fauci, tasked with managing the COVID pandemic in the U.S., peddled and backpedaled his prescriptions as pharma profits and bureaucratic powers grew, and public health actually waned. Working in tandem with his long-term partner, billionaire Bill Gates, to corral Americans toward a single vaccine solution to COVID-19. Dr. Fauci committed $0 to studying or promoting early treatment with various drug combinations that could dramatically reduce deaths and hospitalizations. Meanwhile, in an assault on the First Amendment guarantee of free speech, Dr. Fauci's Silicon Valley and media allies dutifully censored any criticism of his policies on mainstream social media and collaborate to muzzle any medical information about therapies or treatments that might end the pandemic or compete with the vaccines. After effectively abolishing the First Amendment right to free speech, Dr. Fauci subverted our Seventh Amendment rights to jury trials by arranging to shield reckless, negligent pharmaceutical corporations from liability for injuries from any COVID countermeasures, including vaccines. His lockdowns targeted First Amendment religious freedom, closing churches, while keeping liquor stores open as essential businesses. Abolishing century-old religious exemptions to vaccination, Dr. Fauci's enforced quarantine trampled the constitutional rights of assembly, of association, and to petition the government, and our Fifth Amendment protection against uncompensated taking of private property. His arbitrary mask and lockdown dictates, without any public hearings or rulemakings, strangled our Fourth and 14th Amendment to due process guarantees. His tracking and tracing initiatives bulldozed constitutional rights to privacy and travel and our Fourth Amendment protections against warrantless searches and seizures. Finally, readers will see how Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates, asserting biosecurity rationales worked together to finance and promote the very gain-of-function experiments in Wuhan that likely released the COVID pathogen. So that's the book, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., The Real Anthony Fauci. All right, back to your calls. Into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Well, where do we leave off there? Let's get right back to the calls. You're on a Friday morning. Hello, Dan, I believe it is. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well. It's been a while. How you been?
I listen at least 4 nights a week, but don't always call in. I mean, seems like you're doing pretty good on the callers, but I'll make sure that I call in more often. But I was listening with President Trump, and if the Republicans think that they're going to win with people, if the rhinos, George W. Bush, it's such a hard toss-up between which vote I regret the most, Mitt Romney or George W. Bush. It goes from week to week. One's more bizarre than the other. It's probably George W. Bush. But if they think that the Cheney and the Bush faction and the Romneys are going to come back in and attract Trump voters, they are gravely mistaken.
Sadly, gravely,
because
yes.
Because without President Trump, the Democrats are a shoo-in. Because I will not. I don't vote in Liz Cheney, but one's already dropped out of those Republicans who voted for the second impeachment. I think his name is Gonzalez or something like that from up in the Cleveland area in your state.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the ones that voted out. Now he knows that he's on but if they think he dropped out for re-election, But if they think that Liz Cheney or if Adam Kinzinger and there's Meyer and whoever these other, was it 9 or 10 that voted for the impeachment of the president? Do you remember by chance?
I'm thinking, I thought it was 10 or 12, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. But if they think any of them, particularly the one I just mentioned, and she's going to campaign with Bush, W. Bush, out at, I don't know where she's going to campaign, probably in Washington, D.C. But I will not, Steve. I won't even support my own congresswoman in the 2nd Congressional District in Missouri. I do not want that. I mean, if they think they're somehow going to come in and these people, without President Trump, they're not going to take over Congress. And it's just not going to happen because people will, I mean, not only that, they'll turn and vote for Democrats before they'll let Liz Cheney have another shot at it. And it's not just that she turned on President Trump, but the more you look at the 1-6 in whatever happened up there, I don't even want to call it an insurrection because it wasn't. But whenever you look on that, she decided to make a decision before she even knew the facts. And that's the same with the rest of them. They don't look at the facts objectively. They're not looking at the fact that this whole Russian thing was a hoax. And I think the thing that did it with me was that speech that George W. gave on 9/11. Not once, I don't know that if he made reference to those 13 soldiers who lost their lives. And maybe he did. I wouldn't believe it. It's not sincere if he did. He wanted to shoot back at people on January the 6th. And when you look at it, January the 6th, the only person that lost their lives was an unarmed woman at the hands of a Capitol police officer, as Vic said, or maybe that was Grump, who has a history, who shouldn't have even been on the job. He should have been discharged. So I just, as I said before, I'm adamant about that. And if President Trump decides not to run and endorse somebody, that's one thing. But if they think that 22 is going to be that there's a big battle in the Republican Party, I don't think it's big because I don't think that the Rhino and the ones I'm talking about, I don't think they have that much of a following. Maybe 20% of the party, 25% of the party. And if they think that they're going to go out and snub President Trump, I don't know how the man did the job that he did. And you can see the ultimate disaster that's caused by this. But as I said before, to sit there and not look at the facts and make a snap judgment on this before it's even happened and not say one word about the setup of Hillary Clinton and this guy that was just indicted and you know what I'm saying? The whole Russian collusion hoax is to me, you're a phony. And I regret voting for any of them. And her father, Cheney's father and Bush sat there and got us into a 20-year war. And there's, as one guy said, Liz Cheney made the statement, my goal is to keep Donald Trump as far away from the White House as I possibly can. And I read some pundit and said, yeah, about as far away as your family stays from the wars they've gone around creating. And she got obviously PO'd about that. That's too damn bad because I just cannot stand those people. And I've kind of taken the focus off of Biden because he is just an evil person. He is evil to the core. I'm wondering, did I hear this right? He wants to dishonorably discharge those military enlisted people who refuse to take
the vaccine. That is
well, I was
correct.
wondering. Right. Okay. Well, did Hunter, his son, when he got busted, when he got cocaine, when he went in the Navy on some idiot program when he was like 40-something years old. I guess that was a Hail Mary pass to save some self-respect. But he got thrown out of the Navy because he touched it. As an officer, did he get a dishonorable discharge for that? I'm wondering, does anybody know, did he get dishonorably discharged?
That I do not know.
I really, I'm going to try to do some research on that and find that out. But he wants to make sure, this man, and this stuff of, I am so sick of people saying, Joe's old. No, if you look at Joe has been a pathological liar from the day he could learn to speak. And he fully knows he's in control, because nobody could sit there and come up with these idiotic decisions that he's made. He's evil. He's got baggage. He's got hatred. I cannot stand the man. But I'm not focused on him. I'm focused on the people who I've just discussed, who cannot wait. They hate Donald Trump. Well, good. We hate you. And that's just the way I feel. But I know that, Grump and them said, well, he may not run, and he may not. Mm-hmm. He may not. But if they think, if these rhinos think that we're going to come around and vote for him, because I used to turn my nose, all they had to say was, I'm pro-life. So I'd vote for them. Well, it isn't going to happen, because I don't trust them. I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them. And I mean that. So that's my 2 cents. But but I've been listening to you, and we ordered some stuff here from Hot Shot Secret last week. So, and one of my family members called in, and you gave him a coupon.
There you go.
So last week, So he's out there every night. He's probably listening now. So anyway, well, thanks a lot, Steve. I appreciate it. Look forward to hearing you.
Thank
on
you.
Sunday night.
Thank you so much. All right. Have a great weekend. Yeah. Was it George W. that came out and said he's going to endorse Liz Cheney or whatever? Whoever it is going to help her camp. Trump won Wyoming 70% to 27%. And, that's Liz Cheney is Wyoming's at-large district. So, the fact of not just to vote in favor of impeachment, but her statement after the fact where Liz Cheney, she called what Trump did the greatest betrayal of a U.S. president ever. If that woman thinks she's got a chance in hell of being reelected in Wyoming, the number was actually 10 there, Dan, 10. With Liz Cheney on top of the list, Tom Rice of South Carolina, Dan Newhouse of Washington, Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, Anthony Gonzalez there of Ohio, Fred Upton of Michigan, Jamie Herrera Butler, Washington's 3rd District, Peter Meyer of Michigan, John Katko of New York, and David Valadio of California. Those were the 10. And obviously, yes, Donald Trump is trying to endorse anyone to take out those 10. Republican in name only. And we'll be back with our final segment just ahead. And first of all, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Former Trump administration officials have been issued subpoenas to appear before the committee that's investigating the January 6th riot. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been issued a subpoena by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. Former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, former Defense Department official Kash Patel, and former White House advisor Steve Bannon are being instructed to produce materials and come to depositions next month. Committee members have indicated they want to know more about meetings with former President Trump in the days leading up to the violent Capitol breach that disrupted the counting of the Electoral College. One person is dead and a dozen others have been injured in Collierville, Tennessee, Police say a gunman opened fire inside a Kroger supermarket. The suspect is also dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
An update from OOIDA this past day. A year ago, lawmakers were forced to extend the FAST Act for another year after Congress couldn't get a highway bill passed in time. Fast forward, here we are nearly a year later. The clock is ticking on the current surface reauthorization bill that expires at the end of the month. Got less than a week. In late August, Nancy Pelosi committed to a September 27 deadline to vote on the Senate-approved infrastructure bill. However, numerous national news outlets report that conflict in the Democratic Party over the infrastructure bill and the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation measure may hold up passage. Moderates are threatening to withhold support of the larger bill if they don't get their September 27 vote, according to roll call. Progressives are threatening to vote against the infrastructure plan until the larger measure passes both the House and Senate. If unable to get a bill passed in September, lawmakers could be forced to yet another extension of the FAST Act, or pass a short-term extension to buy the time they need to pass a new highway bill. If the House is able to keep to their schedule, there will be a vote on the Senate-approved bipartisan infrastructure bill early next week. That's the $550 billion in spending on roads, bridges, airports, ports, electric vehicle charging stations, internet, and other infrastructure needs. About $110 billion would go to roads and bridges. That's the bill that failed to dedicate any money to truck parking, though. OI decided the decision not to include funding for truck parking as a major reason they will not support the bill. Outlining the trucking provisions in the bill, they said some of the measures they favor included improving the National Consumer Compliant Database and the establishment of a truck leasing task force. They did list some of the negative provisions, one of which was a congestion relief program, the pilot program for under 21 drivers, and moves toward mandates for automatic emergency braking and side underride guards to be mandated on tractor trailers. Just an update for you there. Next Friday, we're into October 1st. Hey, Knucklebuster.
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers again. Thanks for taking me back there. It's going to be a great weekend there. I want to congratulate the Cardinals for another win last night. Jesus walked on water. If I lined a bunch of packs of water bottles up and walked across the top of them, would that be the same thing? No, I don't think so. Yeah, that'd be some of my phony baloney right there. Jesus said the truth will set you free. And he was talking about himself, but it's more than that. everything in life. I've shared a story with you about that Capitol insurrection up there and asked you not to read it on the air there because it was about a family member of mine. And I appreciate you being a man of your word, and you haven't done it yet. So thank you. I appreciate that. But the things that this family member claimed, they've never caught the person that set the bombs down on the ground. Were there actually 2 bombs over there? And it's amazing that 4 of those Capitol Police have committed suicide. Was it suicide or were they snuffed out?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yep. Well, I think Biden is evil. I read an article that he owes over $500,000 in back taxes and ain't paid up yet. So shame on you, Joe. And then Hunter's got a $2 million Libya scandal going on now.
Yeah.
I haven't got to read the whole article, so that I'll see about all that tomorrow when I get a chance to read it there. Y'all watch some NCAA football and NFL. Go to church, too. They need to recover from this pandemic and be a forgiving person there. Let's get all this out of the way. So you buy a Pluto headset from Stellar Lock Electronic, 99% noise canceling. It cancels all that Sam Houston Institute of Technology that you get on those other ones. Buy Hot Shot Secret products. Find the right product for your old jalopies needs. It will even help those japper crappers that monkey gouger love. Put overnight drug code in the box at checkout for your 10 to 20% discount for being Sergeant Carter, Sheriff Andy, Margaret Hot Lip Houlihan. I still think she needs to wear one of your white T-shirts there. Or for being BJ and the Bear there. Thank Mr. Krista Belchick for free shipping in the good old USA. 100% money back guarantee if you get the poochie lip over one of their products. Buy Steve Sommers overnight drive products. Baseball caps, block that big light bulb when you're going east during the morning rush hour there. Travel mugs to drink some of that Skull Buster beer so that no one knows what you're drinking. Just don't be driving while you're drinking there. So, and all you good-looking baby dolls buy his white T-shirts, and if you can't find a white one, just buy a black one. That'll be fine too. I like to see Steve's name sitting up there all nice and bodacious looking. Call Steve on the Overnight Drive radio. And don't be a scaredy cat to talk to Steve. He's just a good old redneck boy. After all, he married Daisy Duke. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's LMA, a.k.a. Mama Sommers there. Y'all call that after our show. And remember, only one of you can talk. There's 125 people on the line. Well, Steve, that's all my baloney, hogwash, and garbage for today. Have a great, blessed weekend, and we'll put the spoke on you next week there, brother. I don't want to be reading about you in no newspaper, brother.
Me neither. All right, keep me out of the headlines, right? All right, from the email, let me see here. Shaky, first of all, says, under the heading January 6, and encouraging new drivers. First, Steve, isn't it strange that Nancy Pelosi's phone records are off limits and no one's allowed to ask her questions about the so-called insurrection during this cluster of a mess, to put it nicely? Now, I was an owner-operator for roughly 25 years. I parked my truck about 2 years ago, took a spotter job. The main reason I parked it, and I don't recommend it to anyone, is mostly because I got tired of being treated like crap. A second-class citizen, if you know what I mean. I mean, hell, the authorities are not supposed to ask illegals to see their papers, but we have to show everywhere we've been, how long we were there, and pretty much everything we do throughout the day, everywhere you go. No trucks, so on and so forth. All right. Hey, thank you for checking in, Shaky. Then John also checking in here. There's a mixed-use business park near the Garden State Parkway entrance for Eatontown. Just before the entrance off the Hope Road, that park has an Applebee's,
a no-tell hotel, and other businesses. I swear I've seen a food truck in the motel parking lot, and Tinton Falls cops come by from time to visit the motel. I've seen the name Homewood Suites. This place is called Red Roof Inn, and it's near where the IROC cars were built. Now, there's a Hometown Suites just a few miles south on Highway 35. It was a nice place. I have a friend staying there some years ago, and her room was nice. All right, John, good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in. And real quick, like back to the calls, there's Kentucky Ken. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. I'm up in Rittman, Ohio, getting ready to drop off a load. And this will complete my third week of training, and I absolutely love driving again. It's been a great experience thus far. So
how about that?
I miss everybody, and hopefully when I get cut loose here, I think week after next, I can sort of choose my own hours. So I've been everywhere. Going to Texas Monday, I know, but been Florida, Alabama, Missouri. Had a beautiful ride yesterday across I-77 north from Columbia, South Carolina, and getting up here to Rittman, Ohio last night. So, but I miss everybody. So I try to listen during the day at on the podcast. So yeah. So it's just want to check in, say hello to everybody, and tell everybody have a good weekend and safe travels.
All right. After all those years out there serving and protecting, you don't miss it, huh?
I'll be honest. I don't miss the bulletproof vest. I'm not allowed to carry a handgun with the company I'm with, and that's very, very strange. I miss the people in the city and my coworkers and all that, of course, but I really don't miss chasing that radio anymore. I really don't. It was just time. Right. So I'm ready for this next chapter.
That's great. Well, thanks for being a part of our program whenever you get a chance. And again, thanks for all those years of serving and protecting. And then I hope all goes well. And enjoying his new endeavors back on the road. What do you say, Larry? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Good morning. Good morning. I just want a couple things. Say thank you to everybody that was on the after-hour call last night. I really extremely enjoyed it. I know you were in there for a while, but that was my first time on it, but had an absolute blast.
And you spent a bit of time in there, didn't you? A couple hours.
I was 2 hours coming from Cincinnati back to the Louisville area and enjoying the drive on 71. It made that drive like nothing happened. But
that's great.
Steve, also kind of touch base a little bit. You know, a lot of the stuff on the program, as we talk about driving a truck, we talk about politics, talk about COVID, and talk about everything else. Yeah, so much of that is Big Moose kind of throwing his hands up that I give up, I surrender. But I almost say just a little bit opposite. Don't surrender. Be you. If there's an opportunity for you to put a smile on somebody's face this weekend, do it. Random acts of kindness should never be stymied.
Well, I know Moose is pretty much notorious for that, lending a helping hand to anybody ever that in need.
You know, and that's what I heard last night on the after hours thing. I heard a lot of compassion. I heard a lot of people with empathy. Man, it was just really, really reassuring. So I guess what I wanted to kind of throw out there on a Friday before we head into the weekend is don't lose sight. Random acts of kindness. You know, we talked last night about people stopping and helping on the interstate and folks getting killed and whatever. You know, we can't turn our back on fellow man. You know, there's not a whole lot the individual can do about the politics and some of the other stuff. But what we can do as an individual is promote those random acts of kindness. Last night Tracy and I had dinner at Red Lobster in Clarksville, Indiana, and the server that we had was fantastic. The folks that sat next to us had two small children. We had an absolute blast with them, just having fun. And that's what I'm just saying. Random acts of kindness. The little boy, by the way, I think he was like 4 years old. He knew so much about heavy equipment and everything else. And, you know, I happen to have I carry a little thing with me, says firefighter, and I asked him to fill up fire trucks, and his face lit up. And so I gave him one of the little patches that I carry that says firefighter, and his mom and dad said that made his night. Again, simple, random acts of kindness makes you feel good about who you are.
Well, that's a good start for Inspirational Friday, right? I'll be looking forward to that in my email.
It'll be forthcoming, sir. Have a great weekend. Love everybody on the program.
Thank you much, Larry. All right, lastly here, so Ron posted this a bit ago. I think it's been around the block a time or two, but it's the first I've seen of it. It's a little sign posted on the beach, and he said, you know, this sign says so much, it should be out all over the country. In big bold print up top, it says, "Welcome. You came here from there because you didn't like there. And now you want to change here to be like there. We are not racist, phobic, or anti-whatever you are. We simply like here the way it is. And most of us actually came here because it's not like there, wherever there was. You are welcome here, but please stop trying to make here like there. If you want here to be like there, you should not have left there to come here. And you're invited to leave here and go back there at your earliest convenience." You know, actually, that sign should be posted like on the front lawn of Ilhan Omar's home. And pretty much every member of the squad, but yeah, because that's, they came from there because they didn't like there. They came here, and now they want to make here like there. It makes too much sense, doesn't it? Go back. We like here the way it was. Right, Moose? All right, with that, we're out of time here on a Friday morning. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for participating with the program here. And for those we didn't get to, my apologies. We'll get to you maybe next time you dial us up here as we roll into another week. Coming up next week, the final week in the month of September. And we'll wrap up next week on a Friday morning with Chris Kabelchik, first day of October. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but